And we are live. You know? Now it should be known. That you should already know that the HGM brand knows. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and start my show.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that smile. I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait for ladies in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my
See on my head, I always wear the crown. Yo, Cam, tell them where we from, baby. Hold on, Cam. Come on, Cam, tell them. I'm no.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
From none of that, homeboy. And if you don't believe me, and you don't believe Cam, listen to the OG Gene Dill.
If you didn't have strong dudes around him, you'd have had cats like the Lynch Mob. You'd have had cats like Preacher. You would have had cats like the 40 Wolves. You would have cats like Niggas for Life. Dudes who was really in the streets like that.
Niggas are facts. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into this.
go all the way. Block, baby, I'm back and I'm balls. And I'm off that sauce. I'm getting money of course, but I'm never ever think of taking a loss. Shorty sipping that crystal. So shorty started buck wild. Shorty knocking buck wild. So you know niggas dicks out. She taking them down. All the way down. She be taking them down. Go all the way. Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
That's hard. But you know what's harder, man? Hearing some of this nonsense that's going on out here. So it's a Rap Man in major trouble. And P. Diddy's minions are coming out with the woodwork. We could definitely get into that. We could definitely find out what's going on with economic. Yeah. Let's see what's going on with this money right now. You know what I mean? Just in Trump ETF news. You need XRP ASAP.
Unfreaking believable. Another one. Last week we got Ripple applying to become a bank. Tomorrow we got the XRP boss Brad Garlinghouse speaking before Congress. That's gonna be massive. Everybody will be watching. Today I was like, might be chill. Not much going on wrong. Take a look at what's on the screen. A lot of people know on X, but here on YouTube, when everybody on the same page. Breaking. President Trump company Truth Social has filed S1, which is coming in real, for a blue chip ETF. Who are they considering blue chip? BTC, Ethereum, XRP, and CRO. And they're pumping. One of them, actually. I'll tell you everything you need to know. This is really good, guys. I mean, what do we need? Who do we need but the major and the top KOL influencer? Welcome to all the new subscribers. Guys, he's basically saying he talked to Bo Hines, he talked to David Sachs, he talked to all the great leaders in crypto that he has around him, and they're making decisions. They're like, okay, you know what? Based on the market, we believe XRP is going to be in our basket. And they selected that one, guys, and it's here. It's official. Truth Social Crypto Blue Chip ETF. It's going to get approved. It's going to get approved. Like the all XRP ETFs will be approved in due time, fam. Here it is. Solana, Ether, Bitcoin, Crow, and XRP. And we have someone saying only 2%. Why? Here's the info. Because we have different percentages. Let me go back here. We have different percentages. We have 70% for Bitcoin, 15% for Ethereum, Solana is 8%, CRO is 5%. So there's more allocation to CRO, and XRP is only 2%. You might say, well, why is it not more than CRO or Solana, right? Well, we don't get to decide that, but I'm pretty positive, guys. Just the fact that being inside of this ETF, it's huge. And we're seeing, of course, major pumping right now. If you go to the top by gain, in the last 24 hours, we see CRO with a 16%. Look at this beauty. What a nice one, right? These are cryptos that make tons of sense, guys. And XRP might not be in the top today, but tomorrow might be really crazy. And the price of XRP is at 228. Bottom line, you need more XRP. I need more XRP. And the world is going to learn about XRP really quickly. Do not waste any time. Now, Trump has XRP in his radar, and that's really nice, guys. Drop a like, fan. Consider subscribing to the channel. Turn on those notification bells, and welcome. Coming in with the adjusting news that just occurred a couple minutes ago, hours ago, guys. I mean, as you know, people were waking up, and this is really nice. I think for a lot of people to understand that the time for ETFs to welcome a bunch of institutional money is here. Think about it. How many ETFs will be approved? So far that I know, just XRP alone, there's more than 15. Solana, there's more than 10. Baskets, there's more than 20. Pro, there's like 4. Guys, no kidding. No kidding. There's gonna be like 100. 100, guys. 100 crypto ETFs that will pass, and that will be approved, and that will be issued, and people can decide however they want to buy. Because it's like, well, why do I need another XRP ETF if I already have one? Because you open it to many different people, managers, fees, opportunities, companies. If you want to buy into the S&P, you can buy from Vanguard, from Fidelity, you can buy from Invesco, you can buy from so many different type of clients per se, right? That's why all these companies are saying we want to make money, and there's going to be more and more and more ETFs. And it's so good that, well, let's go back to this picture that I really, really, really like. Trump with Truth Social. Remember, crypto.com is helping Truth Social get all these ETFs. So shout out to crypto.com. That's one of the reasons, guys, that you know me. I mean, I've been a Crow guy for a long time. That I also say, easiest price prediction is $1 Crow. You are holding XRP, but believe me, I made a video about Crow during the weekend. I told you guys, CRO is a position that I'm holding that I know it's going to do really well. I'm not waiting on my laurels, guys, for the price to go up. I'm buying before it's exploding, buying the fear, basically. So you want to start? I have really good news on BTCC. I talked to the BTCC fam when I was in Dubai, and guess what I did? I added, thanks to my conversation, CRO here. So you can buy CRO trading futures on BTCC. So join right now and do it. Of course, XRP, you can always buy it spot. You can always buy futures. So click the first link down below. Get lower commissions right now. Get bonuses up to 10,000 welcome bonus. I've shown you my page, guys. It's all right there with all the information you need. It's a great company. You don't have to KYC if you don't want. All you need to do is create an account, deposit, and I have one position that is there cooking for me, right? Low margin per se, but still letting it work for me. But it comes to show, guys, that there's so many great opportunities that you really don't know. You really don't know how the market is going to react. Right now, my biggest gainer, look at that beauty candle. Look at that beautiful candle. So for CRO, you're back to June 12th, almost a month ago. You know, chances are this is going to come all the way down and, you know, maybe come to the 8 cents. Could happen, but there's more people keeping an eye on CRO, which I like. Now, going back to the very beginning, right, with Coach, people crack me up. Only 2% allocation. XRP is being considered a blue chip crypto. Wake up. Everyone told me it was a S coin since 2020. I've been all in. Brad Garlinghouse will be tomorrow speaking. Ripple is going to be a bank, what I told you earlier in the video. I mean, believe with all my heart, like this is going to be, and this will create the new 1%, which I totally agree. Guys, we need more allocations right now before everything gets insane. Urgent. Wake up call. I telling you guys, like if I go to XRP hashtag, everybody's going to be like, keep an eye on this. Oh, I like this picture. I like the glowing. XRP to 260 by the end of today. Someone is saying. Breaking news. Look at that. Oh, that's a great picture. See that? Makes sense, man. Makes sense. At the end of the day, you do whatever you want. I mean, we're not forcing anybody, you know, to maybe complete a transaction that you don't want. Do whatever you want. Just know that personally, I'm going all in. Like I've been telling you for the last, I don't know how many months. But it's time, man. It's time to go all in. It's time to really don't be afraid and use all the liquidity that I have to make sure that XRP, it follows my trajectory. Because I think a lot of people are forecasting a major pump. The crypto bull market is coming. You really don't know how big the impact of the ETFs will be. Some people say, it might be just $3 to $4, but how about if it's more? It's not going to go down, fam. I mean, we've been in a consolidation level since forever. I think from here we go up. So anything that you buy at this level, it's just going to be profit, you know, eventually when we have at least the first one. Because by the time that the last one gets approved, there's going to be BlackRock. We still don't have BlackRock. Oh, my. What else? What else should I tell you? We still don't have BlackRock announcing that they want to join Solana or XRP or a basket. You feel me? Thanks for watching, everybody. Like and subscribe. Join me on BTCC. Start trading now. Don't waste time. BlackRock, Ripple case dropped fully, which is happening now, right? And FOMC cutting rates. Big days are coming. Get ready.
This could be the most important week in the entire. This could be the most important week in the entire crypto timeline, going all the way back to the early 80s when research began on cryptography and how to connect distributed computer systems. That's how important this is. Because confirmed ISO 20022 will be implemented July 14th for the Fed Wire Funds service. This will also include the Fed Now instant payment system, which we have done extensive research on. But there's another element to this story, guys, that I'm going to reveal to you towards the end of this segment. But first, I want to get you ready for the changes here, because there has been a number of changes since we last discussed this ISO topic. Number one being the list of known ISO 20022 ready crypto projects. Now, listed here on this graphic, I did add the originals. We'll call them the originals, the few 5 or 6 assets that were originally associated as being a part of this transition. You have Quant, Ripple, Stellar, Hedera, XDC, IOTA. I did not add Algorand to this list because one of their leadership, Stacey Warden, the former or current CEO of the Algorand Foundation, I believe she's still the CEO of the Algorand Foundation, but I'll never forget an interview she did where she explicitly stated, I have no idea what ISO 20022 is. This was 2022. So for that reason, I didn't add Algorand to this particular graphic. However, if you believe that Algorand is one of these ISO ready cryptos, then more power to you. I'm not knocking that at all. This list contains the assets that I have literally seen documentation for, where they explicitly state that this network is ISO ready. And I know you're looking at some of these names and you've probably turned away from the video, but if you're still here, let me explain to you why you see these names. Crypto.com, we discovered a couple years ago that not only will they be able to run ISO 20022 messages, but they're also ISO compliant in the field of information technology as well as cybersecurity. Then we have Polkadot, who recently, towards the end of last year, set up a relationship area. The SEPA instant payment area focuses on the EU market, and it has been running ISO 20022 going on about 3 years now. It was the, I want to call it magic money, but we reported on it. It's on the channel. Polkadot will be facilitating ISO 20022 payments if they haven't started already, because remember, this story came out towards the end of last year. The IOTA network, when it comes to microtransactions and the various RWAs that they look to get involved with, ISO 20022 will be needed as the rest of the participating financial institutions in the United States, which IOTA has been leaning heavily into recently, will be using. And then you have other networks like Corium and Stronghold who entered the market focused at this ISO 20022 transition. What I'm getting at here, guys, is that the list that we originally discovered, the ISO protocol family that was discovered in July of 2022, there's that July date again, that list isn't as exclusive because implementing ISO 20022 is simply adding the code. Any of these networks can do it. That is why you see names like Bitcoin, thanks to the XDC network and a company that used to be known as Impel. The technology has since been incorporated into the XDC network, but they have an ISO 2022 bridge that allows you to run those transactions on the Bitcoin network. On Bitcoin. People still ain't digested that one. And if you can pull off that same mechanism, thanks to XDC, then surely Ethereum, Solana, Tron will be next, especially when you take a look at what Chainlink has been doing on the infrastructure level for assets like Ethereum, Solana, and Tron. All of the pieces are coming together, folks. And it won't just be US banks, credit unions, and financial service providers. This will also include the likes of Visa, MasterCard, and other payment infrastructure providers that we have researched and are very familiar with. In addition, the FedWire, Federal Reserve, they published this newsletter. And in the June edition, they gave us an idea of just how ready the US market is. Guys, you look all the way over to the left. As of May 30th, everybody's at 100%. They're ready to go. They are ready to do this. So, like I said at the top of the segment, this ISO 20022 thing, it's so fascinating because it has evolved so much over time. And I remember going back and forth with many people in the space about if it will even happen. Will it even impact the assets that everyone assumes that it will impact? Guys, what we have come to understand is that this represents the multi-chain renaissance that is about to enter crypto. We have seen little hints here and there of the most prominent networks attaching themselves to other prominent networks. This is why Chainlink has been the topic of discussion all throughout 2025 as being the primary connector of networks. They're also working with traditional financial institutions like JP Morgan to bring traditional financial assets on chain. So clearly, we're in a multi-chain world, okay? That means that more than one network will be plugged into this. Like I said, I have done extensive research on the Fed now, the Federal Reserve, this ISO movement, this transition. Going back into looking into the information, preparing for this segment, right? I stumbled upon this quote here from Citigroup. They're getting ready to unveil yet another platform that will allow traditional financial institutions to adopt this new messaging standard. But I want to point out to you a particular sentence here where they say, to reap the benefits of migration, banks will need a partner that can connect the dots with links to clearing systems globally and the advanced solutions necessary to deliver streamlined access. So what have we seen in recent months? Just in the last, since the top of the year, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen more traditional banking players, traditional finance players getting a lot closer to blockchain. Yes, because the current administration has increased trust around doing so. It just confirms the speculation that we have had for years about the fact that without a few of these networks, not all of them, but certain networks are going to be very crucial in aiding traditional financial players in this transition. Citi just confirmed it. Now, I'll add another layer to it. In the FedNow documentation, there is a rule that states non-financial companies can partner with third-party tech providers. I can't remember the rule in the moment. Please forgive me. But I covered it in one of the docs that I have available to the members of this channel called FedNow, the Bigger Agenda. As a matter of fact, I led with this entire piece of evidence. It clearly states that participants within the FedNow or FedWire system, if needed, can contract a third-party tech provider to improve their services. The third-party tech providers that we are all familiar with that are capable of doing this are the blockchain networks that are often associated with this ISO transition. Now, again, this is going to mark the final wave of the transition. The United States, Europe, UK, they needed to catch up. But you see, Australia, Switzerland, Japan, China, India, other very powerful economies have already adopted this messaging standard. Now, with that information, you can take a look at how more advanced some of their digital payment infrastructures are. As far as I know, India has the best digital payments infrastructure on the planet, and it has been that way ever since they adopted this ISO messaging standard. We already know how China is coming. We already know how Japan is coming. Switzerland is the financial epicenter of the entire world, and they already adopted ISO 20022. So, knowing that as well, going back to the list of ISO compatible networks, we haven't even begun to dig into the networks that are working in India, China, Switzerland that could potentially already be running ISO transactions. There could already be ISO ready networks in the market, and they could have already been here for years, because a lot of these nations, they picked up the standard before 2020, ladies and gentlemen, prior to 2020. I made a post on X this morning, may have been a bit deep, but there's something special about the number 14. There's something very special about the number 14. And then we also can't forget about stable coins in this discussion. And it's fitting because this morning it all hit me. There's something special about the number 14, guys. Some of the OG listeners, you may remember, every chance I get, especially since we've been covering Circle the last few months, every chance I get, I say, global stablecoin arrangements, here they come. Global stablecoin arrangements, here they come. Where was I getting that from? In 2020, G20 nations came together and agreed upon a plan to reduce cross-border payments worldwide. They didn't come up with a particular end date for when this would happen, but this was in 2020, under the chaos of the COVID-19 pandemic. Turn your attention to building block number 14. Adopt a harmonized version of ISO 20022 for message formats. There's something about the number 14. On July 14th, we know the migration will happen in one day. Starting July 14th, we know they're going to be discussing the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC State Surveillance Act, as well as the Genius Act around stablecoins, right? The Clarity and the Anti-CBDC Act, that actually falls under Pillar B, regulatory, supervisory, and oversight frameworks. I see that as just being a review of what they've already done, because to my knowledge, A, B, and C have already been complete. That's 13 different building blocks. Building block 13, pursue interlinking of payment systems. What has Robinhood been doing the last few months? What has Chainlink been doing the last few months? Have we not seen Axlar, Wormhole, Aster Network, all of these new interoperability chains rising to the surface? Then we go back to 14 here. Adopt a harmonized version of ISO for message formats. 14. July 14th is when this is supposed to happen. Same time, July 14th through the 18th. 18. It's 19 building blocks. Almost had you there. But July 14th through the 18th, they're going to be discussing A, B, C, and D all together. By the time we get to the end of the month, all 19 of these building blocks will be complete. Moral of the story is this, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't matter what you held over the last 5 years. This was inevitable. The G20, the group of nations, the US, China, Russia, Africa, Australia, list goes on. All the nations that on the surface appear to be beefing with each other, just coordinated a global plan. And they're just about finished. Knowing this, guys, to me, it seems that blockchain was the plan all along.
I'll speak for myself. I never thought that I would be offering an apology to Jeffrey Epstein. I think of all the times I've maligned that guy, all the times I'm accused him of crimes, of blackmailing people, of trafficking children to powerful figures around the world on behalf of global intel services. And then I learned yesterday from Attorney General Pam Bondi, that's totally untrue.
Yes. Yeah.
The guy killed himself after 36 days in prison for no reason. He was a billionaire. Mm-hmm. He had no clients. He'd done nothing wrong other than get like naughty massages 20 years before. And the guy killed himself. Another pointless death. And then his best friend, former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, doing 20 years in prison for no crime. There are no victims.
Yes, it's a victimless crime. They're obviously persecuted by the state.
Yes.
They're political prisoners, really. It's The Hague should come in and do an investigation, or we're watching one of the most systematic government cover-ups of all time. Something that you say that always resonates with me is I don't want to be lied to. And I specifically don't want to be lied to by the very people who built careers. And I'm talking here specifically about Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and many others who now work for the administration, who fed MAGA and the American people and promised them to get to the bottom of this, only to turn their tune immediately upon assuming office, lying before Congress, talking about this is an obvious case of suicide, going on the Joe Rogan podcast, and effectively asking for some level of trust that I don't give to any government official. FBI Director Kash Patel said, if I had this information, don't you think I would release it? No, I don't, because actually your actions now just in the last couple of days only vindicate the idea that this is not only a systematic government cover-up at the highest levels, not only involving sex trafficking, but going all the way up to the top levels of the U.S. intelligence, the Israeli intelligence community, implicating powerful people, billionaires here in the United States, former prime ministers of Israel, our current president, former presidents of the United States, and for them to come out on the very day, or I guess the day before, that the Israeli prime minister is visiting Washington
for the third
time this year. Why exactly? Can we go over that? Last time I checked, this is a country to do about $52 billion in bilateral trade with, equivocal to like Singapore and Chile. I don't remember the last time the Chilean or Singaporean leaders were in Washington for 3 times in the last 6 months, and to who we give $3.3 billion to. Switzerland. These are all countries I love, by the way. I visited all 3 that I just listed. I love them. Would they serve?
And Israel. I think did you go to school in Israel?
That's right. I did 6 weeks in Israel. It's a great country. I like it a lot, but it's not about that. This is about my country. And so watching this all just get perverted and then used and hijacking our government is just particularly offensive to me, not only just as an American, but I feel particularly not only deceived by the people like the FBI director and the deputy director, Dan Bongino, but the attorney general who went on camera after assuming her office on the White House lawn. These are supposed to mean things, and said thousands of victims. We have the client list. We have the flight logs. She held a little press conference, whatever event with so-called influencers in which she gave them the Epstein files, an infamous photo that was released. It turned out that binder actually had redacted information in it, which was already public, just to demonstrate how they were turning they're turning the White House effectively into a performative show and making, light of the fact that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of underage victims. And it's just not the victims, it's the fact that it extends to the highest levels of the elite, the transatlantic elite, and possibly even beyond that, from some of the richest men in our country presidents of the United States, former prime ministers of Israel. We're talking here about Bill Gates, Leon Black, Leslie Wexner, the richest and most powerful people in the world, the Nobel Committee, the scientific, the community, Harvard, MIT, the tentacles through which this operation had its hands in and stretches all the way back to the 1980s. It is one of the most disgusting intelligence operations, I think, in United States intelligence history, rivaling some of the things, eventually that led to the death of President Kennedy. And the thing is around this time, is just like Kennedy, we all know the truth. We know that this document released by the Trump administration is complete bullshit. And I guess that maybe, just like with the Kennedy assassination, they expect us to just get over it in a period of time. And I genuinely think it's incumbent on anybody who was either supportive of the president, any United States citizen, to say no. We demand absolute and total transparency on this case, and particularly of these government officials. Do not use your platform to enrich yourself on these podcast platforms and constantly talk about Epstein and the Epstein files, eventually assume office, change on a dime, and expect us to trust you. That is not how this works. No. And in particular, in that document, I think it's one of the most disgusting documents ever released by the United States government, because it said there was no blackmail, we're not releasing this information. Kash Patel has this new line about how we're not going to re-victimize women. Ask the Epstein victims themselves. They have been begging for this information to come to light, specifically to implicate the powerful men that victimized them and through which they were, they were basically used for trafficking purposes to ensnare them in this high-level U.S. intelligence, Israeli intelligence operation, probably run in conjunction. And the trail of this entire thing it enrages me. It actually enrages me as an American.
I don't think you're alone, and I do think, as someone who voted for the president, campaigned for the president a lot, I'm not attacking the president, but I think even people who are fully on board with, the bulk of the MAGA agenda are like, this is too much. Actually.
Yes.
I'm saying that with love, and I hope that they're listening, because I think this threatens to blow up the whole thing. But let's just back up a little bit and just pick at some of the inconsistencies here. So you're saying that Pam Bondi said on camera, we have a client list.
On the White House lawn.
I've seen the client list.
Yes.
And then yesterday she's saying there's no client list.
There's no client list. And there was no systematic blackmail. That actually might be the most preposterous line in the document.
But it doesn't make any sense. So they've said that there were thousands of young people, in some cases minors, underage children, sexually victimized. Are they saying that Epstein single-handedly had sex with all? Because actually, for whatever it's worth, I don't think anyone I've never seen anyone make the claim that Epstein had sex with anybody.
Yes, that's right. Well, a lot of these allegations revolve around group activities, and they around masseuse and being, look, the way that Dershowitz and others would claim it is I kept my underwear on and it was all very above the board massage information. There's that famous photo of Bill Clinton in the airport terminal with one of these young victims who herself says she was a victim of the Epstein entire machine. So you're exactly right. So for these thousands of women, were they victimized entirely by Ghislaine Maxwell and by Jeffrey Epstein? Because, by the way, that's not even what the Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein court documents and other things that we already knew that were in the public information. That's not what they say. That's not what the testimony of the victims of these people say. And so, again, even this client list thing, and I do think people can go down the rabbit hole too much and think that there is, as you know, there's no ledger as in client had sex with so-and-so and we because of that supported Israel. That's not how it works.
So the term client list itself is misleading.
It's misleading because really what we want is a full list of the victims, of the people who flew on the flight logs. But the most important is the money. And I think a lot of people actually miss that in the Epstein story. Jeffrey Epstein came to power largely because he worked at Bear Stearns and effectively was like a high finance money laundering expert. That's effectively what we can learn from his background. That's how he came involved with Leon Black. Leon Black was one of the most powerful men in New York. This is the head of the Apollo Group. He paid him $170 million through various shell corporations for tax advice. And when he was caught doing that, he was said, actually, it wasn't even useful because all the tax advice was actually in the public domains. what? I mean, Leslie Wexner in the 1991, I believe, signed full power of attorney over to Jeffrey Epstein. He was one of the richest men in America. I think he was the richest man in Ohio at that time. Jeffrey Epstein becomes the head of the Wexner Foundation, funnels some $2.5 million to Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister. I'm putting these things out there because I want people to know that the money is an integral part of the operation. And to the extent that the sex trafficking and all of that is linked, they are fused together because they were used primarily by the intelligence community. Both Epstein was a conduit of high stakes money laundering for things like, not Iran-Contra specifically, but let's say like funneling arms from Israel to Iran. This was also how he met eventually Robert Maxwell and became ensnared with his daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell. The money laundering is actually more key to his intelligence rules.
From Israel to Iran?
Well, this was a key part of the Maxwell story. Robert Maxwell is a very sketchy character, Ghislaine Maxwell's father. People focus on the tabloid. That's actually not all what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is the fact that he's this Czechoslovakian Orthodox Jew who escapes from the Nazis. He eventually becomes a highly decorated soldier. Actually, I think he won the second highest medal in the UK for his operations during World War II. From that point forward, becomes very, very enmeshed with the Zionist community inside of the UK and propping up the newly formed state of Israel. From that point forward, he basically serves as a high stakes, almost an entity in and of itself. That's the way that Daryl Cooper has described him, is like a sovereign wealth fund almost, which with together brokers all kinds of cutout deals, between Israel and Iran. And actually, Epstein himself, when he was just 28 years old, he flew on a private jet, I believe, to the Pentagon with somebody who we know is directly linked to these, previous intelligence operations and funneling money and weapons into many of these conflicts. So this stretches back decades, and that's a very, very important part of the story. So please just do not tell me that there's no part of a systematic blackmail campaign. It's so preposterous, and it actually just makes me want to tear my hair out. And I guess the only good news is that, just like with the Kennedy assassination, we do all know the truth. The Kennedy assassination broke this country. I really believe that. I know you do as well. But it broke something even more fundamental and opened up what they called the credibility gap under the Johnson administration, where prior to the 1960s, Americans trusted their government. It was actually a beautiful thing. I mean, it was bad in some ways as well. We were taken advantage of by the Dulles brothers and a lot of other horrible things they were doing in the 1950s. But it was beautiful in the sense of social and of civic trust. Yeah. And something was broken with that, with the Kennedy assassination. And then it was extended, of course, into the war in Vietnam. And we've never been the same since. And all the Trump administration elected on the backs of a lot of these people who want more transparency in government, saw a lot of this corruption, to just turn around and do the same thing. It's just too much. It's too much for me, and I think it's too much for a lot of other people.
So we want to brag, but this has got to be the most pro-dog podcast on the entire internet. They're almost always dogs, actually, just off camera. So dogs are non-negotiable. Dogs are the best, and people who love dogs really, really love them. We can relate. And so for that reason, we are thrilled to announce a new partner called Dutch Pet. It's the fastest growing telehealth service for your pets. It's on a mission to create affordable, quality veterinary care at any time, no matter where you are. They'll get your beloved pet what they need, and they do it at a high speed. And by the way, if you ever brought your dog to the vet, the dog doesn't like it. They can smell the darkness sometimes. It's true. Sometimes you have to go to the vet, but if you can avoid it, you should, and you want to. And Dutch.com has vets who can treat over 150 animal conditions with just 10 minutes on the phone. You never have to leave home. You never have to scare or upset your dog. No wasted time. You don't have to wait weeks for an in-office appointment, and you don't waste money. Unlimited visits and follow-ups for no extra cost. Free shipping on all products for up to 5 pets. Membership starts as little as $11 per month, and Dutch.com saves most customers nearly $1,000 a year. We use it. It's awesome as dog owners. It sounds too good to be true, probably, but it's absolutely real. Visit Dutch.com/Tucker to learn more. Use the code Tucker for up to $50 off your veterinary care plan per year. That's a year of unlimited vet visits for $82 a year. Your pets and your wallet will thank you. This is going to change the game, and we're proud to be partnered with them. I remember thinking when Epstein killed himself, I never met Epstein, but I mean, he, knew everybody. I mean, I will say, I mean, in his, in the defense of people who got caught up in this because they went to dinner at Epstein's, like that George Stephanopoulos, for example, who I disagree with and everything, but like, I know George, and I don't think George was having sex with kids at Epstein's. Like Epstein was, just part of like the social fabric, right? And Trump knew him for that reason also. But when he killed himself, I remember thinking people were like, he didn't kill himself. I was like, he probably killed himself. He's in jail or whatever. His brother Mark called me a couple days after he killed himself. And so began this like 3-year-long conversation with Mark Epstein and looking into it in a way I never thought I would. He didn't kill himself. Yeah. He was murdered in his cell.
Yeah.
And I think that's really meaningful. It's the most secure federal lockup in the United States. How can that happen? It can't happen without state actors involved. Okay?
That's right. Look at the story that we were told at that time. Part of the information dump here by the administration is some hours of footage. We were told that footage didn't exist. We were told that this was some guards who were, off. I think they
fell
were on
asleep.
duty. They fell asleep. None of it exists. And actually, it was all part of a screw up, and the camera angles wouldn't even be able to show anything, but that's why they're relatively confident. So where did this camera footage even come from?
Well, the camera footage doesn't even, first of all, it ends before they take his body out. Right. Why can't we see that? Yep. And the angle on it is absurd. Yeah. But the real question, just not to be pedantic, but the real question is, who are the other inmates on that cell block? So no one came in or out of the cell block. I think that's fair. It was the most secure cell block in that federal lockup in Manhattan. But who are the other inmates? And I went to Department of Prisons, which is part of DOJ, and asked, like, what are their names? Oh, we can't for privacy reasons. Really? These are people who can't vote or own a firearm?
Yes.
For the rest of their lives, but somehow they've got like a HIPAA law or something around who's a federal inmate? Fuck you, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry. It made me so mad because, of course, if Epstein was murdered, and it's very clear that he was murdered by another inmate.
That's right.
And we know that a bunch of them were transferred out of that unit right after he died. Who were they? Where are they now? Mm-hmm. Like, why can't we get an answer to that question? So the whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme that to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
yes.
So it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose of this entire thing? Why does it matter that it happens right before the Israeli prime minister comes to Washington for the third time? As you said, what is the linkage here between those two? And the linkage is the fact that even a surface level view of Jeffrey Epstein, of the case, of the entire public record, reveals Alex Acosta, who said he belonged to intelligence. He said that. The person who was responsible for the Sweetheart 13-month deal, Alex Acosta, who is the U.S. attorney, said, and I believe he testified this in sworn testimony, said, I was told he belonged to intelligence. That was a key part of why the charges were dropped against him. And, he got some Sweetheart Palm Beach County Jail situation where he was allowed to leave on the weekends. And why, even though I know you'll forgive George, but I actually won't. I don't have dinner with pedophiles. I'm not sure about you. I'm generally aware of the people who I am around. And if I can get invited to someone's house, I do cursory Google searches. That's generally what, I think that's normal.
Smart.
I don't want to be in the presence of people who I think are like genuinely evil. That's what I think. So for me, I actually can't forgive many of the media figures and the presidents, people like Bill Clinton, Kevin Spade, all these other high profile figures, specifically because it was all out in the public record. And then in particular, all of these high flying Wall Street financiers and Deutsche Bank, remember, they were fined. I think it was the New York Financial Services. I read that entire report. It's one of the most extraordinary reports I've ever seen, because they specifically talk about how the bank ignored almost every single one of its own procedures that it would apply to any other client. And that at the highest levels, and remember, I think is the Barclays CEO, he's already been in trouble for this, for covering up much of this in one of the largest financial institutions in the entire world. You know, for example, Tucker, if you and I keep going to the bank and withdrawing $9,900 in cash, and we do it for a couple of weeks, our banking institutions are supposed to call, you know, both the IRS and the DOJ and say something is going on here.
And they will.
And they should, right? That is what this is done for a reason. He did this for years, and the classification that the bank accepted was it was just for tips. This is what I mean about the highest level of the cover up and what the cover up means for the system itself. And something you and I were talking about recently is I really believe here that, and I've never believed it more, that in a sense, you know, for elected government and for all the benefits of our republic and of representation, that elites actually have always mattered. And of course, they're the ones responsible for channeling public energy. This is the way that we're set up into law, into policy, etc. And so this lie was a signal to the elites. It was a signal to Versailles. It was a signal to the court that the court will always be protected no matter what. And it's enraging at a moment when the court has never been more reviled by the public. It's not just a spit in the face of the public. It really is like a late 1700s kind of signal to the court that we will protect this institution no matter what. And it's really a question for the rest of us as if we're going to continue to put up with this.
I wonder what our recourse is. None of us is paying very close attention during the summer. The news cycle calms down, families travel, people relax, you're at the beach. It's all great, except the people in Washington never stop. It gives them a chance to advance their agenda without you noticing because you're on vacation. That means new regulations, more censorship, the continued erosion of the Bill of Rights, the values that built this country. We want to talk about something that can help reverse this trend. Beam's creatine. How is it connected? Well, Beam's creatine is clean, no fillers, no synthetic garbage. It boosts cognitive function, it supports muscle strength, and it helps protect brain health as you age. People in charge don't want you to be strong, clear thinking, independent, of course, because a population like that is a threat to their control. So now's the time. Beam is running a sale for our listeners for Prime Day. For the next 48 hours, get up to 40% off the whole store. That's everything. Their best-selling creatine, of course, but also the rest of their excellent products. This is their biggest sale, the biggest sale they're going to have, the biggest you'll see anywhere, and it's only for our listeners. Go to shopbeam, BEAM.com/Tucker for up to 40% off. Shopbeam.com/Tucker, up to 40% off. And can I say one thing that I was brooding about this morning? When the Epstein thing first happened, when he died, and I'll plead ignorance and lack of interest. I was like distracted. There's lots of stuff going on. I get a call from someone I know who I like, who's a true hardcore neocon, many of whom I liked personally, who's writing a book on Epstein. Two people I knew together wrote this book on Epstein. I don't want to name them. I don't want to be mean or anything. But they're like, can we come on your show? We've written a book on Epstein and this whole scandal. So I read the book. And it's very sophisticated. And it's like Epstein's super bad, but the Epstein story is really limited to Epstein, this bad guy who died. And there's no evidence it was part of anything bigger that had anything to do with other countries. And they come on my show and I interview them and they're like, no, there's all this stuff, mysteries. We couldn't get to the bottom of it. But, Epstein's really, really bad. And looking back, I'm like, that was by design.
Yes.
Right? It was like, wow, we're exposed here. And we need to, we need a Warren Commission, actually.
No, you're right. Yeah. Except a real one at this time.
It didn't work because, Vanity Fair, to its great credit, wrote a couple of pieces, then they stopped covering it, I noticed. But they kind of got to the Wexner thing. Who's this Wexner guy?
Who
what
is
this?
Wexner?
And what ties do these guys have to foreign intel services?
Yes.
Which were deep. I mean, I think Ehud Barak lived at Jeffrey Epstein's place off Fifth Avenue.
He flew on his plane 30 times, lived often at his townhouse in Manhattan.
Yes.
At one time, the largest residence in the history of New York City, transferred to him by deed by Leslie Wexner. For what purpose? We have no idea. He invested in Ehud Barak's defense intelligence startup. And I think the defense intelligence part there may be even as interesting as the fact that it's a former Israeli prime minister and former head of Israeli military intelligence. I mean, this is what I'm saying about the money. The money is so important to this story because we already have, documented cases of CIA, Israeli, and others buying up private corporations, which pose as, let's say, cybersecurity firms that sell to the government or other governments and use those as backdoors. So look, if you're Ehud Barak, you've probably met, some of the richest people on the planet. Why do you need, these investments from Jeffrey Epstein, of all people, a tax advisor to the super rich? What did Bill Gates get from his repeated involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? Why did Melinda Gates, divorce Bill Gates after years and of obvious knowledge of his philandering in the past? Are we really to believe it's about philandering, from 20 years ago, which was well known apparently within Microsoft? No, it's because she probably started to get a little aware, or perhaps there was something else going on there as to the extent of what that relationship was. And, the fact is even from public reporting, we're told that Jeffrey Epstein was seen by Gates as the conduit to win the Nobel Peace Prize. How? For what purpose? How does he have all of these ends with the highest level of the intelligence or the scientific community? And then, of course, it doesn't take a genius to see the intertwinement between the scientific community, the academic research industrial complex, and the intelligence community. So all of these pieces, this is the unfortunate part. And, even returning, like you said, to him being killed himself, or him allegedly killing himself, let's not forget Michael Baden, who I think is a very authoritative figure. He reviewed all of the documents, the autopsy, etc. He said, this is not a case of suicide.
I've talked to him about it.
Yes. And it's like, let's remember, he's one of the most, probably the most famous forensic,
pathologist. Yeah.
Pathologist in America. And his, research has been his diagnosis has been very important in a lot of other previous cases, which turned out to be true. And so when he looks at this, and we have that evidence, when we have the cover up here now at the government, I'm appalled, that this is happening at the highest level. But my only conclusion is just to return is it's just a signal to the court is don't worry about it. We've got you. The people don't matter in this case.
Man, I think this, for a bunch of reasons, it's so obvious. It is salacious. People have followed it for years. The president promised to reveal the truth about this. Pam Bondi, as you said, went on television, said we have the truth and we're going to give it to you.
Yes.
I think this is a big deal. It's a really big deal. It's bigger. So. I hope so too, actually. So let's just assess this logically. They're covering up. The DOJ, the current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes. Very serious crimes by their own description. Why are they doing that?
Yeah.
So there are really only two potential explanations that I can think of. Maybe you've got another. The first is that Trump is involved, that, Trump is on the list, that they've got tape of Trump doing something awful. I don't believe that for two reasons. One, I've talked to Trump about it a lot. And I know him. He's not that, for whatever his sins. I don't think he's that guy, actually. I don't think he likes creepy sex stuff. That's just my view. But more, I think, convincing is that this is all information that the Biden administration had. And if there was evidence that Trump had been involved in illegal sexual activity, you think the people who made up Russiagate wouldn't have leaked it?
Right.
Come on now. So the only other explanation that I can think of, again, maybe you've got another, is that intel services are at the very center of this story, U.S. and Israeli, and they're being protected. I think that seems like
That's the most obvious. If you have a history of this, there have been multiple documented cases of pedophilia inside of the CIA perpetrated by CIA officers, documented that in many of those cases, I believe over a dozen cases, this was a BuzzFeed news piece years back, where the CIA specifically did not want to prosecute those individuals in federal court for fear that they would reveal sources and methods if they were pulled into open court. And they basically just made it go away. The only time they actually prosecuted somebody for child pornography was whenever he'd already being prosecuted for mishandling classified information.
Well, when they want to crush you, they put kiddie porn in your computer. It's why I don't have a computer. Don't own one.
Yeah, if you're an important person, you should be careful.
No computer in my house.
This is an important thing, though, is that we already have documented cases of them covering this up. I believe the CIA Inspector General, I forget the exact quote, but he said something along the lines of, you wouldn't even believe the amount of child porn, that I've seen while I'm on this job. I mean, these are depraved. Look, I mean, it's a large organization, a small percentage of the U.S., we can make that argument. I think there is like something pathological, kind of in the minds of the people who excel in this type of environment.
Of course, it's based on lying.
Yes.
And lying is the gateway drug to every other sin, of course. And the veil of secrecy that protects CIA up to and including its budget, which we can't know, makes all kinds of really evil behavior possible. In fact, it inspires it. If you had the cloak of invisibility, would that improve or degrade your behavior?
Everyone knows.
Serious.
Everyone knows the answer to that.
No, of course, you'd be like, I'm invisible. At some point, you're going to have to go up and go like, you know, like you couldn't.
Well, and they see
doesn't make you a better person.
They see their own colleagues getting away with it, and it's a permission structure. And so, look, I mean, that's a small case, but it just shows us that it's obvious, and it's something that has been in multiple intelligence communities have been ensnared in this. Again, I highly recommend Daryl Cooper's episode on the entire Epstein saga because I didn't know about this case in Northern
Am I allowed
Ireland.
to listen to that?
Oh, right.
I was incredibly informed by Mark Levin that he was a Holocaust denier.
Oh, I mean, words are supposed to have meaning, you know. And
but can I ask you about the neocons who are? I mean, keep in mind that it was Jay Lefkowitz, who's Bill Kristol's lawyer, who represented the Weekly Standard when I worked there, who was an Epstein lawyer.
Yeah.
And so, like, where's Mark Levin on Epstein? I noticed that all these very voluble people who do not hesitate before imposing their opinions on the rest of us suddenly don't have very strong opinions about Epstein. What is that?
Every accusation is actually an admission. And
but why is Mark Levin covering for Epstein? That's weird.
That's a great question. And in particular, when he's going to accuse you of being funded by the Qatari government. And
if only.
Right. That's what I mean about the accusation is the admission.
Qatari government.
The accusation, and, you know, they could concoct all these wild schemes about how Steve Witkoff or me or you or anybody else is funded by the state of Qatar. When in reality, I mean, as you know, it's like, you guys want to talk about foreign funding? Well, like, let's go. Let's take a look at your C3s and release all of the data.
Wild.
I would be happy to take a look at it for you.
Especially Qatar. I found out last night at dinner you went to high school in Qatar.
Yes, I did. Yeah, they love to use that one. I went to high school my last 2 years, American School of Doha. By the way, I don't think the Qatari government likes me very much because I've talked quite a bit about how a lot of migrant laborers are abused there. But of course, they still find that tenuous connection as some sort of, you know, admission. Supposedly, I'm funded. The only people who fund me are my business and the people who are premium subscribers, which is great. And that's part of the reason I can speak the way that I am. I literally dare them to disclose their donors and those ties to the Israeli government and the Israel lobby. I dare them to do it, and they never will, or any of the other foreign governments that directly prop them up. And this brings us to Epstein. Why, you know, the Leslie Wexner Foundation under Jeffrey Epstein paid Ehud Barak $2.3 million to write 2 papers. I believe he did not even finish the second one. This is a nonprofit funnel, you know, of money.
Really?
What's going on with that?
Can I get that gig?
Yeah, that sounds like a great gig. You know, for anybody out there who's struggling with their bills, money is easy. Okay. Whenever you're willing to engage in a lot of very sketchy behavior. And this is a pattern I've noticed all across Washington, is that they ignore strategically the Epstein story because it's inconvenient. And it's not even really inconvenient. I think it's just so deeply enmeshed here. And I just bring it back to Alex Acosta. He told us the truth once, or not us, he told them the truth once in sworn testimony. He belonged to intelligence. And we've never, with Maxwell, who we have all of these documented ties to Mossad and to the intelligence community and all these sketchy dealings. And then his daughter working with Epstein. We have the Wexner Foundation, which we know is highly involved in Zionist interests here in the United States of America. We have Epstein as well, who's been linked to some of these organizations, or at least through funneling money via the Wexner Foundation. We know about his past, with money laundering. For what purpose? That is the crux of the intelligence community's ability to move things around and to pay for extremely off the books activity. It traces back to the lying, as you said. That's part of why we can't have the truth around.
You probably heard about 8 Sleep. Lots of people are talking about it. It is a company with one mission: improving your sleep. And it's changing the way people do that, the way they get a good night's rest. We just got word that their team is launching a new product. It's called the Pod 5. It's an original and innovative mattress cover plus a blanket that uses precision temperature control to regulate your body's sleep cycles and give you the perfect sleep, which really, really matters. It can range all the way from 55 degrees to 110 degrees, meaning that you're covered no matter what. It's like electric blanket to the next level, but also a cooling blanket. So it makes you sleep better. Temperature has a massive effect on the way you sleep. By the way, it also detects snoring. And then it adjusts your bed position to reduce or completely stop it. So there are a lot of ladies in America who are going to be grateful for this product. Everybody who works here will tell you, because they all use it, that there's no better way to be alert, productive, and happy than by sleeping well. And 8 Sleep really does help. Visit 8sleep.com/Tucker. Use the code Tucker to get $350 off your Pod 5 Ultra. If you don't like it, you return it within a month. That won't happen. We think you'll love it, but you can if you want. 8sleep.com/Tucker. Why can't we have a country that is sovereign, that can make its own decisions and restore health to our international relations, where we have allies, hopefully many more than we currently have. We don't have enough allies, in my opinion. I'm hardly an isolationist.
Or we have the wrong allies.
Or the wrong allies, but the number is dwindling. So it's, only a couple real allies left, and I'm not even sure they're allies, but whatever. But why couldn't you have, at least conceptually, a situation where, you act in your own interest, and to the extent that other countries share that interest, there's a union set of interests, you ally with them, to transactionally. In other words, we're both for that. We both want to build an oil pipeline somewhere. We both want this shipping lane open, or we're both mad at this other country. It's like, why couldn't you have that?
It's so difficult. I mean, that's why I mentioned Israel previously in the example. I think it's really important. I mean, if you were to listen to Fox News, you would think that this is the greatest juggernaut economy in the history of the world. I mean, I had ChatGPT do a mathematical analysis, and I said, give me 5 countries that best resemble the U.S.-Israel trading relationship. And it was Singapore, countries like Singapore, Chile, and Switzerland. And I love those countries.
I do too.
I love those places.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think Singapore has a better, if we're talking about grand strategy and all of that, of the list, that would put that one higher than any of the rest. But we don't talk about this in the terms of actual transaction, because then people might actually start to ask a lot of questions. I mean, I remember this with Ukraine. I was like, we barely do bilateral trade with this country. It's one of the most insignificant countries in all of Europe to the U.S. trading relationship. We can talk at, the way they blow up the Israel relationships. Israel does our dirty work for us in the U.S. And I'm like, well, are they doing our dirty work, or are they doing their own dirty work and then basically passing the buck and the bill?
Well, why would we
outsource
outsource that anyway?
Exactly. And so then it comes down to all these questions, like you said, of national interest. And even in the exception that we make for this country is just so unbelievable. I mean, let's take the case of Jonathan Pollard, who's one of the biggest traitors in the history of the United States for passing classified information on to the Israeli government. They were caught out in the open. Prime Minister Netanyahu used to visit our soil and actively campaign and urge our presidents of the United States to pardon Jonathan Pollard for betraying our country to his country.
Do you have any idea what they did with the classified information, those secrets?
Well, I actually have no idea, but what I do remember,
they gave them to the Soviet Union.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And this was in the 80s during the Cold War. And
it was 1985.
It was 85. I remember it well. I lived in Washington. My dad worked for the government. And that was a very serious, whatever you think of the Cold War in retrospect, but like at the time, the full focus of the U.S. government was focused, was in opposition to the Soviets. And the Israelis gave a lot of that classified information from the U.S. Navy to the Soviet government in exchange for allowing refuseniks, Jewish Soviet citizens to move to Israel, which I'm totally for. I mean, I'm glad that they got out. I'm glad that they got out of the Soviet Union and made it to Israel. That's great. But they took our secrets and gave them to our main enemy, our really only global enemy. What?
Yeah. And have the audacity.
Well, then how can you have a relationship after that?
Yeah, and have the audacity to come to our country and to lobby in seriousness to the presidents to visit this man in prison, to grant him Israeli citizenship, to grant him basically the moment he's on parole, he immediately moves to Israel. He received a hero's welcome, and it remains there to this day. I mean, we would not allow that for
this. Is not a healthy relationship.
This is not a healthy relationship, exactly. And that's an important thing for Americans to understand.
One of the many tragic byproducts is I think it's destroying the right. And I say that as someone who's been on the right my whole life. And my whole life I've been on the right, and I really sort of believe in the basic ideas, and I'm not a liberal. That's for sure. In fact, I'm way more conservative than Mark Levin. That's for sure. But it's like the problem is the promise of MAGA is America first. And the contradiction is just too obvious. You can't, if you're Joe Biden and you're, senile and it's being run by a bunch of sinister, shadowy figures in the background, and you do something like this, it's like, of course they're doing it. But if you get up and you say, we're going to restore greatness to this country, we're going to do it by putting our own interests first. That's what every country does. That's kind of natural. It's organic. And then you put the interests of a country of 9 million people above your own in a way that's just insulting.
Yes.
people can't deal with that. Like
No,
their
they
brains start to explode. And I think this is blowing up the coalition.
Oh.
I hope I'm wrong. I support the coalition. All these people are like, you're not MAGA. Really? Did you campaign for Trump?
Right.
I mean, please.
That's right. I mean,
Please. But I'm liberal. Okay. But I worry about that. I feel like that's happening.
I think you should be worried about it. And well, look, we can parse these things at a variety of levels. So you said MAGA, and I think that's important. I think the vast majority of people who are self-identified as MAGA, they supported the Iran strikes, and they generally support President Trump, and they have a lot of trust in the man.
They do.
What I keep trying to tell people is people are saying, oh, there's a split in the MAGA, but you said it correctly, the right. And I would look at the right as the coalition that delivered Donald Trump the first popular vote victory since 2004. The margin of anti-war support for Donald Trump is his entire electoral margin in the state of Michigan. The entire electoral margin in the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
And I think that his ability to win Michigan twice now, in 3 races, is pretty damn important for looking at the so-called realignment of the white working class and of this new coalition. Let's also look, I actually, on our show, our producer went to the Bronx, AOC's district, and interviewed people who were AOC Trump voters. And the number one reason that we got from them was war. It was the promise to bring an end to the war, both in Israel and Gaza and in Ukraine, because there is something visceral. Let's say that you live in the Bronx and you're having problems in your neighborhood, and watching these countries get tens of billions of dollars. 3 carrier strike groups of the United States of America were present in the Middle East specifically to back up Israel during the 12-day war. You asked Ted Cruz a very important question. Do you know how much that costs? I looked it up. It's actually public information. It's about I believe it's like $250 million per group per month for deployment. That was just for the deployment. The April operation.
That's separate from weapons fired.
That's separate from all the way. And by the way, that number, which they will never release, is in the billions of dollars. And then let's take opportunity costs. We basically used up, a massive stockpile of U.S. interceptors, which are critical for our bases in Qatar or for everywhere else around the world on behalf of this foreign nation, which we were told repeatedly the reason we give it $3.3 billion a year was so they can defend themselves. Well, if they can defend themselves, then why did it take the full deployment of the U.S. empire to basically shield it? And even then, in terms of its shielding, I'm sure you felt the same way. I've been to Tel Aviv. Watching that city get rocked by rockets was a shocking experience. That was not what we were. I hated it too. I've been there. It's a beautiful city. Yeah. The people there are great. And to watch their cities, that's some London level, photography from World War II. And so the fact that happened, and that also, by the way, we just increased the defense budget to $1 trillion. For what purpose? I can't exactly tell you, because even with that money all spent in the past, it doesn't seem that we're all that competent at building interceptors, at ammunition. Russia, I believe, has a defense budget like more than 1/4 or something like that of the United States. Produces like more ammunition than all of NATO combined. How do these things happen, right? So we have rife for corruption. The point is that MAGA and the right, let's say the non-MAGA right, people who voted for Donald Trump in good faith on a variety of good promises, I think for those people, and especially younger Americans, there is a visceral disgust at watching the level of tension and obsession over this foreign nation. And it's particularly galling because we have people like Ted Cruz who say, why are you obsessed with Israel? And it's like, what did I just describe here about
calling you called me an anti-Semite like 10 minutes in.
It's disgusting.
Everyone wants to feel safe in an increasingly dangerous world, and for most of history, people assume that good locks and a loud alarm system are enough to do the trick, but they are not. The more time that passes, the more stories we hear about actual home break-ins, home invasions that happen despite these tools being in place. True security requires more than that, and that's why we trust SimpliSafe. SimpliSafe is a preemptive security system. It prevents home invasions before they happen, rather than just scaring people away once they show up at your house or they're in your house. Its cameras and live monitoring agents detect suspicious activities around your home. If someone's lurking there, they engage in real time. They activate spotlights. They can even alert the police who will show up. It's been called the best security system of 2025. Over 4 million Americans trust SimpliSafe to keep them safe. Monitoring plans start at about $1 a day. There's a 60-day money-back guarantee. Visit SimpliSafe, safe.com/Tucker to get 50% off a new system with a professional monitoring plan. Your first month is free. That's SimpliSafe.com/Tucker. There is no safe like SimpliSafe. Preemptive safety. it's so exactly what liberals do.
Mhm.
It's so exactly the woke, right? I mean, that it's like it's bewildering and it's dishonesty. I'm not engaging. I'm
Yes.
off the internet, but I give up. But but it's so revealing. It's like, wait, I just voted against this. I voted against not just the argument, but the style of argument of the left, which is to not engage with the points that you make at all, to lie past them, ignore them, and instead attack your motive and your character. You're a racist. You know, you're getting paid by Russia. We moved seamlessly from that to like Mark Levin, who saying the exact same thing. You're a racist, you're anti-Semite, you're hanging around with Holocaust deniers. What? You're paid by a foreign country, Qatar, which I still find hilarious. For the record, of course, I've never taken a dollar from anybody. I don't even have investors, but whatever. But it's go to motive rather than engage with what you said.
I saw this all coming a mile away.
You did?
Yeah, because
God, I'm heartbroken to see it.
Well, you should be.
This is why you've been successful, because you're smart.
Well, I mean, I've taken it's cost me a lot of personal problems. I can tell you that. But I remember, I believe it was right after October 7th, Bill Ackman and a lot of other prominent Wall Street financiers who are very pro-Israel.
Bill Ackman's done a lot for our economy. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. I'm
talking down publicly traded corporations and then shorting them. That's
Herbalife.
It's capitalism.
How are investors doing? I would just ask people to go and take a look at those books, but whatever. Let's take a look at Ackman.
He's a very patriotic guy. He's done a lot for this country. So keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, this patriotic American and a lot of these other pro-Israel billionaires were literally compiling lists of students who were protesting the Israeli government's response to October 7th. Many of these were American citizens, compiling lists and basically saying, don't ever hire these people, and circulating them around the highest levels of Wall Street finance, of technology, getting people fired from law firms that they had
just because they criticized America?
Because they criticized Israel.
What about America?
Yes, that's an important question. But what I noticed, and I said this at the time, is for all of these people, it is now obvious that they never were really opposed to DEI.
Oh, of course
What
not.
they wanted...
They paid for it.
Yes, yeah, that's a great point. What they wanted was they want their interest group, Zionism in particular, in support of the Israeli government, to be included within the DEI regime. And that was a very important point, because eventually that became fused somehow with MAGA. And that's how explains a huge level of a lot of very high profile, very, very rich people in technology industry and in finance who supported the Trump administration. And the promise effectively that has now been delivered is that by using this newly crafted like DEI style regime, which basically uses the state and the police state as effectively a force for a political party in Israel. That's another thing that I love when you say this as well. It's not about even Israel at this point. We're talking about Likudnik interests in the United States of America. A guy who got
30% of the vote.
30% of the vote, who is under investigation for taking money from who? Qatar, right? It's amazing. He's literally fired the head of his own FBI for bribery allegations from Qatari money in his government, and has the gall to have his, interest groups here in America accuse people like you and me of taking money from the very same government that he's been credibly accused of taking. Now, listen, I don't know. Trump says he's innocent or whatever. I
pretty
have a hard time believing
cheeky,
it.
I would say
it is cheeky, and to bring it back, I guess, is what you said is about America. And the fact is that we're watching the weaponization, largely backed by a lot of these people who have hijacked, I think, a large part of the American. Maybe they didn't hijack it. Maybe I'm the idiot, right? I could be the idiot for believing some of these things. Why did I read Christopher Caldwell's book and listen to Christopher Rufo and others about the civil rights regime and all of this criticism correctly of Ibrahim Kendi and the Department of Anti-Racism and the enshrinement of DEI in the Civil Rights Administration, just to watch it get turned around? And again, not even be used against people who are anti-American, but people who are supporting a boycott of a foreign nation, a country here now where students could burn an American flag and be fine. But if they protest Israel, could be liable for either deportation if they're not a citizen, or denied federal grant funding. the current Trump administration is suing using the Civil Rights Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, Harvard University for not protecting Jewish students under the indifferent standard. Now, that same standard was used for some of the worst excesses in the 1970s and others of the civil rights. These are things we're supposed to be against. This is DEI, run amok. And yet we're watching this happen in our own government. And I don't see, there's so many people, Ben Shapiro.
There are a lot of bias against Jewish students at Harvard.
Oh, no.
Underrepresented.
Not last time I checked.
I guess what I object to is lying, of course, above all, but also I object to these kinds of identity politics. Like, I thought the whole point was we're Americans by citizenship.
Yes.
Citizenship matters, as it did in Rome. I mean, it did. Paul's on trial in Rome and he's like, hey, I'm a Roman citizen. They're like, whoa, they back right off because like that really meant something.
And should be.
It should mean something, I think. And they're continuing in this weird leftist frame where certain people have more rights than other people.
That's right. And that's what we're watching.
I just couldn't object to that more.
And every American should. And look, you may not like these people. I probably wouldn't get along with a lot of these people. No. But let's sit here and talk about Harvard, like you said. I mean, to watch, literally, it's been 10 years ago. I was sitting with my friends in the Daily Caller office, which you were very kind to hire me into, and we were watching Ben Shapiro humiliate Trigglypuff, right? We were watching leftist students get triggered and cry when Ben Shapiro would visit campus. And we thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
10 years later, I watched students literally crying at a podium with the House of Representatives Speaker Mike Johnson next to them, talking about how I didn't feel safe while I was on campus. And it's like, well, why didn't you feel safe? Because people were shouting slogans of, again, protesting a foreign government. Now, that's actually a lot more about the psychology of you. But regardless, I mean, did we not live through a decade of snowflake and fuck your feelings? Because I was there for that. And I'm not going to sit here and watch people who made millions of dollars, Shapiro and Dave Rubin and all these other people, making fun of leftist students, only to co-opt the same level of identity politics. And like you said about Harvard, okay, like this is important. What is the problem with Harvard? To me, the problem of Harvard is it took our most elite institute. Harvard is, the whole Ivy League, our most elite students. It crippled them with debt, and 41% of graduates now work in finance, consulting, and tech. Okay, some of the worst industries that are directly extractive of the American consumer, basically getting rich on their backs, addicting them to crippling financial products, technology, consult. I don't even know what a lot of people in consulting do. Apparently they make a lot of money doing it. Is that a productive industry for our country?
No.
And then Harvard University admitted the same, actually less students in the class of 2023 than it did in 1981. The US population has grown 110 million since that point. Now, why do they do that? It's for ultra exclusivity. It's to jack up, prices for their tuition. So
they admitted fewer students than in 81?
Than in 81. And the U.S. population has grown 110 million since that point.
Has their administrative staff grown?
Oh, of course. And but actually, you're not even asking the right question. What about their endowment fund? They're basically a private equity firm with a small education department. And, they lobby against the endowment tax through Congress. The endowment tax says, hey, increase your student body size relative to your endowment, and you don't have to pay any tax. But they don't do that because it's all about artificial constraints, saddling these kids up with debt, basically taking the best and brightest of the United States of America and turning them into cogs of managerial capitalism. That is not the Harvard University of the early, let's say, the World War II period. That is not the MIT. They're all doing the same thing. Those universities were our crown jewel and got government money from them so that they could set up and go work in industries that were productive and beneficial to our country. That's my current critique of Harvard. I think that's one most Americans would agree with. I think that's my critique of higher education in general. It's not the Middle Eastern Studies Department, okay? It's not suing them under the Civil Rights Act. And to watch this weaponization right now, by Pam Bondi.
Such a lie.
It is a lie.
I mean, if you really want to play like the demographics game and who's getting shafted and who gets into Harvard?
That's right. Let's take a look.
Let's see the numbers. And does that reflect the U.S. population?
No.
In fact, let's get even radical on the subject. Let's measure it against IQ tests.
Yeah.
No,
right.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
It's not, you can say, well, the American population is not all qualified to go to Harvard. Okay, great. So how about let's use SAT scores as a proxy for IQ. Is Harvard letting in the smartest people?
No. In fact, there is a concerted effort right now to drop or abandon SAT or any other quantitative measure, specifically, to enshrine more of this DEI style regime.
So who's actually getting discriminated against?
Exactly. Right. And so then
it's too much though. Like, I don't even want to have that conversation. I know the answer because I know the numbers, which I'm not going to repeat here. But because I don't want to add to the identity politics stuff, because I think it's a dead end.
That's not what we're about.
I don't want to be about that.
We want to live in a more equitable country.
That's it. Toward it. Yeah. But the problem is when you lie that aggressively and you use my government to do it and all of its armed institutions to do it, then you force me. You're making people radical with the stuff.
Yes, and they should be. I mean,
I don't want radicalism, but they're forcing. When the DOJ, when the Congress passes 22 anti-Semitism resolutions in the last few years, and there's still a lot of bias in America, and there were still a lot of problems in America that are totally unaddressed, and they're getting worse. You turn people radical. I'm worried about that.
One of those resolutions they passed through the House actually conflated anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, which is, they're literally saying it is anti-Semitic, as in
it is a crime to criticize a foreign country.
A foreign country, or even an ideology which believes in the existence
Why are they doing
of
this?
A foreign country.
Why are they doing this?
Well, look,
it's bonkers, man. It's bonkers.
It's beyond bonkers, and I wish money were the answer. I'm not saying it isn't just a critical part of it.
I agree.
It is part of just this propagandistic campaign to convince that this is our greatest ally, that actually we would die before we would let any of them die. And a lot of it is enshrined, unfortunately, in like a bastardization of Christian and rabbinical theology, as Ted Cruz revealed. Actually, what really revealed to me was he didn't even really know what he was saying, he was quoting.
He had no idea.
But he was taught.
He didn't know what book it was in.
But that's a legitimate belief.
It's
that's
in the Bible.
Right. That's how we end up with Brian Mast wearing the uniform of a foreign country in my Congress. And that's what offends me more than anything is the only uniform, in my opinion, that a United States Congressperson should ever wear is that of the United States of America.
Well, yeah. And I would say to the, to MAGA voters, this is the program we voted for, the one that puts our country where we were born at the center of the conversation, at the top of the priority list.
Yeah.
So those are the rules. So anyway, where does this go? I'm worried that the contradictions are too obvious. The lies are too transparent. This is too insulting. I can't even deal with it. I feel like I'm the least radical person I know. I'm happy to not talk about certain subjects just so we can all get along. I'm a WASP in the end. I don't want conflict. Okay. I know everyone thinks I'm like, I hate conflict actually. But they're forcing this on all of us, and I feel like the system is breaking as a result.
Yeah,
do you feel that?
I do, and the reason, I don't think Marx actually said it, but in accelerationism, it's about heightening the contradictions.
Yes.
It's a Marxian theory, and in a way, I do think that that's what they're doing to all of us, is they're forcing people who are sympathetic, who want to see our country first, who reject a lot of the premises of the left. Spent a decade of our lives, in my case, you've spent multiple decades of your life fighting against many of these forces, which we found repulsive, which we blame for the destruction of our country, and then watching that get hijacked. And again, maybe I'm the fool. There was plenty of evidence it could go this way. I didn't think it would. I didn't think in particular it would go this far. But it's one of those where the breaking is happening at a voter level. And in particular, in the platform that you and I are speaking right now. As you know, I began my career by just going on Fox News. It's how I got trained in television. Obviously, you started and you've been on all of these platforms. We could not even have this conversation.
No.
I would say 10 years ago. I don't think that the distribution and the audience and just the entire network that enables this possibility was there, but it's been felt at a deep level in the way that Oliver Stone's JFK film released something in America in 1991. It's always been inside of us, but now we have the voice, we have the words, but next is the tools. And a lot of people thought we had that tools with this administration.
Can you just pause right now?
Yeah.
So I should just say, you alluded to it. You worked for me, not directly, but for a company that I helped start. And then at a really young age, you decided to you were one of the very first people I knew personally decided to punch out and go independent, because you had this really clear, and it turned out correct, view that the two-party system, well, there are differences between the parties, but fundamentally they were aligned on the big issues.
Yes.
and that a lot of voters didn't agree with their position on the big issues, mostly the economy and war. And you kind of moved out into this independent media world at what age?
I was 28, I guess.
That's
so
crazy.
Yeah, 28 years old.
So
yeah.
if you don't mind, if it's not too embarrassing, because you told me I asked you a bunch of very specific questions about it last night, because I'm in that business, I'm interested. How you leave the Daily Caller, you go on Fox a lot, you're like a young pundit or whatever. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
I did it too. I know, it's so embarrassing. And then you decide to go independent. What happened? Like, can you just give us that brief story? Because I think it says a lot about the moment we're in.
I owe a lot to the organization you started, and to Jeffrey Ingersoll, to Vince, to Neil Patel, and all of these guys. And the reason why is they put me in the position that made me have this realization. And what it was is being a White House correspondent.
Yes.
And what I discovered as being a White House correspondent, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn. I think I was good at it. I interviewed Trump 4 times in 2 years. I asked Sarah, multiple questions for the record, multiple different foreign leaders, got stories, scoops, etc. But what I came to understand in the White House briefing room is I would watch. So for people who don't understand, in the front row is all the networks, the major networks, run by the White House Correspondents Association, which is a cartel, a non-governmental cartel, which runs the entire, I can get into that later if we would like. But I would watch every single person from the network ask some version of the same question, which was about Robert Mueller at the time.
Yes.
And I said, no one gives a shit about Robert Mueller.
No.
And I would always ask a question not about that. What I came to understand was that they were actually all performing for themselves. And what I really came to understand eventually was that the entire mainstream media is about performing for each other, for social and for career purposes. But even more broadly is that the mainstream media is a trade publication, and it's a trade publication for people in Washington and for people in power. There is a boomer legacy element to this, which obviously exists, but broadly, it's not actually about informing the people. In fact, in terms of the journalism that I did, I tried to always ask questions that I thought were relevant to the actual voters, but I didn't realize how counter that was to the entire philosophy of a lot of the people who actually work and cover the media professionally. Then I came to see that Fox, CNN, and MSNBC are all vital parts of this machine. It's all part of a machine where Washington, as the imperial capital, speaks to each other. They're conduits for information, which is relevant only to an individual node within the nexus. The voter did not matter in that equation. So what I decided to do is I had this opportunity to go to The Hill, currently thehill.com, and co-host the show with currently my co-host, Crystal Ball. And what her and I really bonded over, I remember the first segment we really bonded over was just about the opioid crisis. And I was like, I think that this is one of the most under-addressed issues in America that gets lip service, at the White House and others. Nobody's really doing anything about it. Deaths of despair. Our life expectancy at that time was going down. And so we just, that was kind of the evolution, like you said, of realizing that where the two parties agree, and the media in particular focuses on, is really the exact opposite of where most people are. If you spend a lot of your time with people who are not political, they don't care about Robert Mueller. They don't particularly care about most of the scandals in Washington of the day. They're like, hey, my mortgage is really expensive. My kid's college, really, if I was lucky enough to save for a 529, the inflation has gotten so out of control, I can't do that. I'm really worried about the loan that my child is taking out. My one of my friend's kids recently died of a drug overdose.
Exactly.
These are the things that animate the kitchen table, and about the concern and the feeling that our country is being taken away from it, the southern border. And it's not just a feeling of there's uncontrolled chaos at the border. There's a feeling of the collapse of social cohesion in our country. All of us can feel it. If you go to another country like Switzerland or Japan with controlled immigration, you will realize how radical it is, actually. And those are both very radicalizing experiences for me. But I just returned to the point of why I wanted to go independent fundamentally is I wanted to cover the news in a way that I felt was actually applicable to the lives of everyday people. And I noticed a burgeoning movement on YouTube and in podcasts where this distribution platform basically allowed me to talk as long as I want to in the way that I am with you. And I mean, the most frustrating moments in my career, 24 years old, young, embarrassing pundit, is being invited on Fox News at 11:55 p.m. for a 3-person conversation about nationalism. And I got to speak for maybe 45 seconds. I can't articulate all my thoughts on this subject, and they're actually really important. And, that's where the fugazi element of all of that, it became too much, and I just felt so much more free. And by the way, as you know, at that time, everybody told me not to do it. They're like, what are you doing? You've got your career set. You're a White House correspondent. You can go work at any of these other companies. A lot of other companies were trying to recruit me at that time. They said, you're an idiot for going to this unproven concept. You don't know if it's going to work. And it was, the greatest bet, I guess, of my life, because we took this small channel, Crystal and I, of some 6,000. I think we had 100,000 subscribers in 3 months. And we had an audience of, millions, basically, by the time we left, less than 2 years later. But that was the confidence that I had to go independent, was I knew that the knowledge was there.
If it was working?
Well, the knowledge, basically, it became irreconcilable to be attached to a mainstream media organization. And I've talked about this publicly, but the owners and the people who worked there, we were starting to become so popular that our comments were causing problems in Washington, is that people were getting upset at the things we would say, advertisers or members of Congress. They would call our bosses, and pressure began to come down to kind of change the way that we would talk about certain subjects. This is, by the way, happens in every mainstream media corporation. It's part of the reason that being the way we set up our business is so the vast majority of our revenue comes from subscriptions. And it's because we don't want to be accountable to any advertiser or anybody else. We don't even read ads on our platform specifically for that reason. And it's all to insulate my ability to be able to come here and talk the way that I do about a subject I feel passionately about, let's say Israel and free speech, which I know already. Every word that I'm saying here is going to be dissected, is going to be used as an attack vector. And in the past, that could have cost me my career. Yeah. And at the end of the day, that's why I decided to leave, is to be able to speak the truth. That's why Crystal as well was the level of control, inevitably, even with the freest hand possible, while attached to these behemoths, mainstream media. It's irreconcilable. If you want to tell the truth, you cannot be attached to any organization which depends on insider access and on insider money. You have to separate yourself from that entity.
Yes, that has been the experience of my life. What were the red lines? Did you? So you're young, and as you're hosting this show on a kind of brand new medium, this weird setup where you're working for The Hill, but you're doing an independent show. You're learning what you're not allowed to say. Yeah.
Can't criticize the age of members of Congress. How did that work out, by the way? Conversations around age. Can't criticize TikTok, the Chinese government. That was a big one. Can't criticize or talk openly about Israel. Can't criticize. My favorite was CNBC, Jim Cramer. That's
Can't
a real
criticize
story.
Jim Cramer?
Can't criticize, which is hilarious. If you go on Twitter, there's an entire inverse Cramer index of
people get rich betting against
people
Jim.
Get very rich.
Jim Cramer is so stupid that people get rich taking the opposite advice.
I still laugh about that one.
What happened?
Yeah, I said he was an idiot, and we heard a little bit about that later.
Your bosses were like, no,
we can't say things like that, But
Jim Cramer's very smart. He went to Harvard.
Pharma, I forgot pharma. We talked a lot about big pharma. That's that's one. Take a look at the ads. Really, but it wasn't that. Because I didn't actually change anything I said, but I can't sit here and not lie to this audience and say that it was always in the back of my head.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Always in your head.
You don't even realize how present it is in your head until it's not there.
Look, I was young, I need a career, I have to eat, I have a salary. Yeah. These are realities that I'm just laying out for people.
Yes.
And as free and as ethical as I tried to uphold myself and Crystal as well, we just could not stay in that environment. And that's why we decided to go.
So then you decide to go, and you basically take a version of the same show, totally independent on the internet, relying on subscriptions, mostly subscriptions rather than advertising for the reasons you just so well described. What happens?
Yeah, it's wildly exceeds our expectations on the very first day of launch. Both
on the first day?
The first day of launch, they basically enabled us to run the company for a year, which was insane.
In other words, you made enough on your very first day to run it debt-free for a year.
To run the company.
How many investors did you have?
We had 0 investors. The only investors, quote unquote, were my credit card account and her credit card account. So it was a gamble entirely. If
you don't mind me asking, what did it cost to launch it?
I believe probably like $50,000 or $60,000 if I had to guess, but that was it. And
The whole enterprise.
the whole enterprise, just to launch, not to run.
In one day, you got a full year's operating revenue.
What we were able to do, and actually enough so that we were even also able to hire, like at the time we needed a sound person. These are all important things.
Yeah.
Lighting, an entire technical team, the ability to make sure that we're, distributing faster. These are all more boring things for the audience, but things that
the
people
reason
may
I'm
not
asking
realize.
you is because your story describes how low the barrier to entry is.
Yes.
If you know what you want to say, if you have a point of view, if you're committed to honesty and independence, you can actually do it.
You can do it.
That's why it's so thrilling.
That is why it's thrilling. I mean, I was taking a look at your setup this morning and I was talking to some of your tech guys and I said, isn't it amazing that we couldn't even do this 10 years ago?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your equipment. I have much of the same equipment. I mean, look, it's decent money, but it's not a lot of money.
Oh, no.
Actually.
No.
And especially compared to, you and I have seen the Fox News New York control room. I mean, it's like being in the International Space Station. It's crazy.
Oh, when they fired me, they came and sent their guys up here and ripped, because I did my show from here for years, and they ripped out all their equipment, which is fine. It was their equipment.
Yeah, sure.
And so we're like, and we have a full studio that, we built with their money. My guys built it, but whatever. And they put all their tech in there, and then they took it all away. I wasn't mad, but I was like, okay, I have to pay for this now out of my pocket because I'm unemployed. And we just moved to our dining room table, where it's literally our family dining room table we're sitting now. And it didn't cost that much.
No.
So I think that's and I never talk about money or business, or because I'm not an expert on either one, but I just think it's so exciting to know that you can do that.
And I hope that's inspiring to people who are out there. I think really what it comes down to is not only audience, but the ability to say what you actually think.
Yes.
And what I have found is that some of the most miserable people in all of media are the people who work in these corporations, because they know and want to say many of the things you and I are saying. And they'll tell us privately, of course, but they'll never say it. And I don't really know how much money that's worth, but beyond that, I don't really know how, as a human being, you can just continue to get up and every day.
I agree. And I empathize, because I was a TV anchor for most of my life. I empathize with the guys who get the guest readout. They sit down before the show, like, who are we interviewing today? And there's Mark Levin on there. And nobody likes Mark Levin, and he's horrible television. He's screechy. And what he's saying is deranged. And even if you sort of agree with Mark Levin's point of view, you can't have Mark Levin on TV.
Yeah.
It's just an insult to the audience, and it's an insult to the anchor. And having to see Mark Levin and turning off camera and being like, this fucking guy again? Why are we doing this? And they're going to be like, oh, the second floor told us to do it. Even if you're totally on board with, killing every Muslim or whatever their program is, that still has got to drive you crazy. It's like an assault on your self-respect every single time.
But what I found, and I'm sure you find the same, is that what I saw for them is they started to believe that proximity to power is power itself. And what I found really gross about that is they start to fetishize the most ridiculous things, as in who gets the first rope line when you get to ask Trump a question. I mean, the amount of actual physical fighting that happens in that scrum, people would genuinely not believe.
Really?
I got hit in the head once, actually, with an elbow from a photographer for taking his spot, even though there's no unassigned spots. These are minutia, but what I'm saying is it's a level of psychosis that takes over, because
in the White House press corps,
everything is about access to the president, and so everybody is jockeying in a zero-sum environment where everyone is trying to get the interview or going to schmooze this person or that person. But the problem with that is they turn from practitioner to starting to believe that they themselves are important and this vital conduit of information. And what you turn into is basically an apparatchik of the state environment that I'm talking about. And so for many of the anchors and others, they live for the black tie White House Correspondents' Dinner, or getting invited to a cocktail party or a book party. I mean, this is the currency of Washington and of New York. It has been for decades. But you start to live, you start to fill that emptiness inside of you with the knowledge that you get the FaceTime with a sub-cabinet appointee at a dinner, and you can use that information because Senator Schumer knows your name. These are all very important things, for the social capital. And this is pathetic. I want people to know this is pathetic. And I watch people live their entire lives on Capitol Hill, in the White House press corps, in television and other, for all of these imperial level events that are put on to just make them feel special and continue on in the machine. And I actually didn't realize how radical it was for people like you or people like me to say, I actually don't care about that at all. I don't care if I ever go to another cocktail party or another black tie dinner or any of these things, simply to be in the presence of people who are actually powerful. I would rather just critique them and say what I actually think. And the irony, of course, is, as you have found out, when you say what you actually think and you are critical of them in an honest way, they take you so much more seriously.
Yes.
They laugh at you when you're one of those people who cares about cocktail parties or any of that. You're one of the most useful cogs in the machine. It's the people they can't control or the people who they call, because they're the inconvenient voices.
So that was, it's interesting you said that, 'cause that was my next question. So the whole process of covering the White House, being in the White House press corps, going to the briefings and the gaggle and all that, going to the parties, are you actually getting information?
No, I've never gotten more information than what I do right now. I actually, during the 12-day war, I literally never got more information from inside of the entire apparatus than I ever did when I was covering the White House. And it was because I was so critical of the Trump administration, of the direction that they were taking. And many of the people who I spoke to, for the record, actually were not almost none who I knew personally. Almost all simply saw my commentary and agreed with me and wanted a conduit for information to be able to get out of there.
Yes.
And that's a great lesson, by the way, for any white aspiring journalists or others who listen, is they will take you much more seriously if you hit them in the face. And hitting them in the face makes them kind of shocked because it's so counter to the way that the machine works. When you work in the machine, they can call your editor, they can call your boss, they can call your advertiser, they can put a significant amount of pressure on you. But when they can't control you, they start to freak out. And that is one of the most useful lessons of my life, actually, in terms of coverage and in terms of journalism and the ability to speak out. Speaking out can get you, is unfortunately such a differentiator from where the entire traditional system really starts to work.
What's the downside?
Well, the downside is, a freezing out of the entire social movement of professional Washington. Is that professional Washington protects its own. It's effectively is a jobs network for each other, so that people who are in and out of government always have reliable sources of income. Implicit within that is that, hey, this is what we think about Israel. This is what we think about X, Y, taxes. This is what we think about the carried interest loophole. We don't talk about that. The step-up basis. This is what we think about cutting Social Security. This is an accepted fact. We need to accept this, that it's acceptable, to kick elderly people off Social Security or Medicare or food stamps. And we just take this information, and in exchange for that information, we get a job for the rest of our lives. If I hadn't gone independent, I could have easily relied on working in Washington until the age of 65 within the machine. That would have been actually very doable. This was the risk, actually, is saying what you actually want to say. That is the riskiest thing you can do within the system. And in exchange, you will no longer get invited to these dinners or any of these other things. You have to be okay with that. You have to be okay, I think, with something that you have found as well, by being denounced by people who you knew personally, or people who, who you would help in their career. People who you, in many ways, you're like, I would personally never do that to you. I can't really believe that you're doing it to me. And the reason you're doing it is, we all know what it is you're being controlled by a broader and a bigger, either financial or foreign lobby interest.
I've had this experience.
And this is the red line for you?
Where you call people and you're like, I can't believe you said that about me. Calling me a bigot or whatever when you know that I'm not. And I don't even go on the internet anymore. Right. So I have no idea what people are saying. But several years ago when all this began, I remember calling a couple people, and one person, I said, well, let's have lunch. No.
Wow.
No. Yeah. Okay. So when you went independent, you've been in DC because you got there for college. You've been there for 10 years. You know a lot of people.
Right.
Got there at 18, right?
Yes, 18 years old.
Independent at 28. So you know a ton of people. You're a social person. I happen to know. So you are going to tons of events and you have tons of friends, and all of a sudden you're going off in a direction. You're not spewing hate or bigotry at all, but you are saying things that other people are not saying. how intensely did people try to bring you back?
Yeah, almost
to the status
immediately.
quo?
There were a lot of warnings about, hey, this is dangerous. Or, I mean, my close friends knew that they supported me, but it was really like the professional friends, people who you're broadly acquainted with, are like, what's he up to? What's his deal? What's happening here? And it's incredible how rapid that shrink can happen in terms of not being invited to these things anymore, or just being as a social outcast, or your phone stops ringing to various different things.
Did you feel that right away?
Almost, I wouldn't say immediately, but it did happen like quite rapidly. A 6-month, maybe a 1-year period. Israel was actually the final straw. In particular, after October 7th, I was almost an immediate cutoff from the entire professional network.
Why?
But,
what did you say?
Well, I said that I think that the way that Israel was conducting itself in Gaza was not befitting of a civilized Western nation, and that the United States didn't have a compelling interest in what was going on there, and that we should just focus on ourselves. I said all the same things about Ukraine, and many of them agreed with me then. Apparently that was the red line, for them. But
what kind of reaction did you get?
Well, I mean, a lot of it is, calling people in my social circle, asking why I'm so anti-Semitic now. Why? Yeah,
actually?
Yes. Yeah. No, that actually happened. And a lot of it is also just generally a freeze of communication or discomfort, being in presence. And I think people should hear about this, because what I just described, that social capital, when that's everything, this is how those norms are enforced within the system, even if you've never received any money from any of these people, which of course most of them have. And so you put all of that together and you really watch this like professional nexus and others, where you're just almost immediately rejected from like the inner sanctums of the Imperium. But I mean, something that traces back to like wanting to go independent was this knowledge that outside of the Imperium are all of these other rising, almost revolutionary forces of the Joe Rogan podcast, Dave Smith, Daryl Cooper, Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, all of these individuals. By the way, many of the comedians I listed don't even consider themselves political, but it's because they're not connected to the system that they're able to say and observe truths that nobody in professional comedy or Hollywood-connected comedy or any of these other would ever dare, be able to even give a voice to these types of ideas. And so I chose the latter, over the former.
What did you think of the? So I know all the people you just mentioned. I think so much of every one of those people. I'd add Tim Dillon to that list.
Yeah, of course, Tim.
Wonderful person. But now I'm being bitchy. I can't control myself. The quality of the people. So you get expelled from you leave, but you're also shunned by your former world. You enter this new world that includes all the people you just listed. How would you compare the quality of the people?
It's night and day difference. And if we disagree, they just don't care. There's no, professional freeze out. There's no, there's not as many hard feelings. You
could look right in Dave Smith's face and say, the things you just said that you believe so deeply, I think are stupid. And he'd still go to dinner with you.
Of course he would. I disagree with Dave on a lot, mostly on economics. I don't think he cares at all. We talk all the time. Yeah, and that's a really important point, right? Is that
exactly.
The verboten issues and the enforcement of all of that is part of why a lot of these people have found the tremendous amount of success that they have. And that is what still gives me some hope about where we are.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
That there, I believe in God, and I do think that there's like an upside. You go through suffering, but there's always like a redemptive quality to it.
Mm-hmm.
And in this specific case, like you find the new people, you do lose friends. Have you lost friends?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Me too.
Yeah,
and I still am sad about it. Mm-hmm. But boy, the people you meet are like the most honest, interesting, decent. Like the quality. I'm sorry to reduce it to this, but the quality of the marriages among the people, who are telling the truth versus the quality of the people who are paid to lie or who are too afraid to tell the truth. Boy, this have just happier people.
Yes.
Better people.
Of course. Well, I mean, what kind of person who has small children at home would want to leave them for 4 out of 5 nights a week to attend book party events in Black Dog Tuxedo?
Exactly.
I mean, and to drink 5 or 6 nights a week. I mean, this is literally the life that a lot of these people live.
And if you're a cog in a machine and you're like having Mark Levin on night after night, even though everyone knows it's like absurd, how can your wife respect you?
I don't know. Yeah. Or getting up at 3:30 a.m. in the morning. I'm sure used to in the morning show gig and having to read from the prepared packet for yourself. Good luck, honey. I hope the kids are okay in the morning. And then, reducing your life to all of that for what purpose?
No, it's totally
and
right.
that and these are mechanical, but they're macro and important issues.
Nicely put.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you about the politics of all this, because I feel like, so it is, what's the date? Monday, July 7th. Things are moving so fast that, who knows where we'll be when this airs, which I hope is soon. But as of this morning, Elon Musk is out there using the cover-up that Pam Bondi is so clearly engaged in, to disgraceful cover-up. And I like Pam Bondi personally, but I'm ashamed as an American to see what they're doing. But he's using that to say, hey, we need a new political party. Like, everyone's involved in the Epstein cover-up, which is true. We need an America party, and I'm running it. Where does this, is he serious? Where does this go?
Filed it with the FEC. I would give some caution to Elon. Tucker, you and I have seen a lot of rich people come and go in Washington.
Yes.
And the consultants see you coming from a mile away, Mr. Fiscally Conservative, Socially Liberal. I'm just going to put that out there. The Bipartisan Policy Center and all these other people, they've rolled up that entire market. They have plenty to sell you, PowerPoints about ranked choice voting and a few other things and all that. So for all of them, I wish you the best of luck, because you're all about to get filthy rich off of Elon.
Can you just explain a little bit? So I'm from DC, so I know what you're talking about. But for people who aren't, what exactly are you saying?
Well, I'm saying that there is a long fetishized idea of an American third party, which is fiscally conservative, which is socially liberal, which is moderate on immigration, and which is very comfortable with oligarchy, and that those forces are extremely well funded, and they have a lot of research which could back up whatever your proclivities are, and they will happily sell it to you for 10 times market price and sit with presentations to convince you that this is a great idea. And actually, I mean, the irony is, if Elon's politics were more reversed in this sense, I actually think he would be onto something. So my belief is that both of the parties actually do have not answers directly, but directionally to the fundamental problems of our age. Immigration, and I think the Republican Party obviously is solid, or has come a long way on the issue of, at least the base, let's say that.
The voters.
Yeah, the voters on the issue of immigration, from the Gang of Eight party rebellion to where we are today. And immigration, I still believe, is one of the most central and important issues of our time. But let's put the other side, and we can take this one big beautiful bill as an example. We increased the defense budget by $150 billion. Now, I will not get into the actual specific Medicaid cuts, but I think it's everything in Washington is about priority. So we extended the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. The vast majority of that benefit largely accrues to people who are already rich. Most of that, in particular, accrues either to the high W-2 income earner. I saw somebody point out correctly that most of those people are Democrats, so it's a little bit ironic, if you're just thinking purely in terms of politics. We didn't have any interest in closing the carried interest loophole. We didn't have any interest in looking at the step-up basis, at looking at financialization. And there's so many areas, hundreds of billions of dollars ripe for the taking without having to touch a single benefit to an American citizen. And instead, we rewrote the way that Medicaid and food stamp programs are going to work, which could potentially impact tens of millions of Americans. Now, again, I think there's legitimate criticisms around work requirements and welfare and all of that. I don't necessarily criticize that, as opposed to this fetishization that I saw from GOP congressmen who were like, yeah, it's good that people are going to lose their health care. And I said, look, whether these people are working or not, it's not good that anybody loses health care. And so that's what I mean about where, if Elon's politics were flipped, I think the Democrats, at least rhetorically, do have correct focus on issues like health care and around, or at the very least, the way that our economy is structured. Now, they may not mean it, and I don't think they mean it in practice, but at least rhetorically. So if you were to marry those three issues about immigration restriction, about focus on quality of life, cost of living, healthcare, and also just broadly about restructuring our economy for productive purposes that distributes not through socialism, but through a well-ordered and a well-regulated capitalism that distributes the benefit across all sectors of our society. Now, that's an America party I could get on board with.
I totally
But there's
agree.
no funding for that, right?
So if someone got up and said, I'd like an economy where you don't have to hire an illegal alien to raise your kids, your wife can stay home and raise your kids if she wants to. And most women do want to for the period when they're little. I mean,
if they want to,
most women want that. And every survey shows that. So if you were to say that, in other words, if you were to respond to the desire of the majority, you'd probably be shot to death. You can't say that.
Right.
Like, it's better to raise your kids than to work in a bank.
Right.
right-wing extremism.
Yes.
Let's just seal the borders till we figure out who's here
Mm-hmm.
and restore meaning to citizenship. What racist? Maybe we should stop giving billions in aid to stop trying to run the world when we're not good at it at all, and just preserve our fundamental national interests. Isolationist, Nazi, anti-Semite. It's like,
or in socialist when we talk about healthcare.
Yeah,
or any of those other
socialist.
issues.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like there's a huge opportunity for someone who would talk like that.
That's a real America party. I mean, at his best, the 2016 Donald Trump campaign was what I just talked about. I did not recognize it at the time. I was telling you yesterday that election night broke every political conception and idea I had,
man.
which is the best thing that ever happened to me, because it allowed me to free my mind to read all of these other people who I had never considered, who I was told were illegitimate, within professional Washington. And what it came to the conclusion is that professional Washington is illegitimate and has no idea what allegedly its own voters want.
Why did so few people do? I had the same experience, but which it was hard for me because I've been there for so long, but it was so liberating, and I'm grateful for it. And I'm grateful to Trump for that. But why did so few people do that?
Because asking those questions, that is not asking those questions and coming to what I think are the right conclusions about our economy and about this restructuring of our entire political base. I mean, the way that voting patterns over the last decade have changed is unbelievable. And when you actually answer a lot of those questions, you come to them that are very, inconvenient for the empire. The empire currently runs on cheap labor, which is immigration related. It runs on war abroad, military industrial complex, if you want to call it. But all of these foreign entanglements and pushing billions of dollars, to policing the ends of the earth, something that I always want to come to the architects of the American empire, General Eisenhower and General Marshall. General Eisenhower in particular said it would be a failure if American legions acted as Roman, that were deployed to the vast ends of the earth, policing it. His vision for the American empire was to set up well-ordered states in Europe and to then let them handle it from that point forward. General Marshall and others, yes, they had the Marshall Plan, but the idea was about creating self-sufficiency that could allow America, that could return to where things were broadly in more the 1940s environment. But what I'm saying is that if you look at all of that and you start to speak against it, and these are what the voters want, you start to come up against the most powerful interests in the world. Healthcare is 20% of our GDP. We have the worst health outcomes in the developed world. That's insane. Why? It's not because our healthcare system is not working all that well. It comes down to immigration. We talked about cheap labor. With war, that's foreign governments. It's the ideology of the imperium, which is all about basically transnational loyalty as opposed to loyalty to your own citizenship and really to your own country. And then broadly about oligarchy. And because when we look at the way, how do you become rich in America today? A few years ago, I went to the Forbes billionaire list, and I just restricted the list to the number of new billionaires that were added to that list. The vast majority of those new billionaires in America were people who worked in hedge funds and in finance. And this is why, in some ways, the left is wrong. They often criticize, let's take Elon as an example, and Elon is a complicated figure, but look, I have a Tesla. I encourage everybody to get in one at least once, because it's like getting an iPhone 4 for the first time. It will change your entire conception of what a car is. Now, if people were getting rich creating an American car company, I would be ecstatic, but that's not what they're getting rich from. They're getting rich from extractive, addictive capitalism. Let's say in finance, right? Basically creating, unproductive trading systems, which are only enriching themselves and then rigging our tax code so they pay lower taxes than small business owners, maybe like you or I, or the average person on the street who gets taxed at a higher rate for his labor. Let's take, other examples like the more, all the so-called great companies coming necessarily out of Silicon Valley. The vast majority of that money, as Peter Thiel famously said, we're promised flying cars, all we got were 140 characters. There is something deeply true about that, about the experience of the technology industry has largely been about extractive capitalism and addiction on our phones, and about industries that rely on that as opposed to products that make our lives better and make.
Boy, they lecture you about that. I have friends
this will ignite
in the
a
tech
firestorm.
business who I really like, who I consider so smart and interesting, and I guess we all get preachy about what we're doing with our lives. I mean, I get preachy about journalists. We're here to tell the truth. So I'm trying not to be too judgmental. On the other hand, I don't see technology over the past 80 years. What about antibiotics and the polio vaccine? Okay, great. But in general, net, as we say in the douchebag industry, I don't see it as a net plus at all.
I don't see
it as enslavement and a total disaster. But they're like, what? Mm-hmm. Technology's making our lives better. Really? Tell me how.
Yeah. I mean, let's take, I know you want to talk about sports gambling. It's the perfect example, right? So it's something that's been enabled by the phone and has led, in my opinion, to what is the next opioid epidemic that we will see in the next 10 years. So in 2018, the Supreme Court reversed ruled a decision that restricted sports gambling to the state of Nevada. New Jersey immediately, Chris Christie, by the way, is the person who brought this lawsuit, which legalizes sports gambling. Eventually,
Christie's on the side of sports gambling.
Of course, he was the person who brought the suit. Well, what happens from that point forward?
He is the lowest ever.
Well, you and I are sitting here today in a country where 40 states plus the District of Columbia, sports gambling is legal. You have these sports gambling companies, FanDuel and DraftKings, which basically have legal monopolies from the states, from the gaming commissions of these states, where they are allowed to operate, and it's not a free market because of the licensure and the way that it works. Yes, not everybody can just become a gambler.
I want to talk about this, I should say, because I'm totally ignorant on the subject, but I keep hearing from young people who I'm related to or who work for me about people getting in trouble with sports gambling.
Yes. And so how did this all happen? So in the span of it's been 7 years since that happened. 40 states are now legal. I just looked it up this morning. Several $100 billion were gambled by Americans in 2024. $100 billion were gambled in 2024. The gambling revenue was some $14 billion, just the revenue they were able to extract. That is larger than the motion picture industry, the box office industry in the United States of America. The vast majority of that revenue, a study that came out shows, comes from only 3% of gamblers, 3%. And the reason why is that gambling addicts make up almost 50% of the revenue. 3% make up 50% because they literally cannot put it down. And what makes this story even crazier is that FanDuel, DraftKings have the legal right in the way that they run their business, where, Tucker, if you and I were actually good at sports gambling, they would effectively ban us from the platform. They would no longer allow us to place bets larger than, let's say, $1.20. And the reason why is their algorithms are detectable for anybody who is actually gambling smart. And so they immediately will ban you from being able to bet any sizable portion of money. Meanwhile, for those gambling addicts, those 3%, they have an entire VIP host directed service where DraftKings and FanDuel shower these people in free gifts. They call them every single day. They basically operate on the phone to make sure that there's no track record, because they're not supposed to do this. They're not supposed to enable gambling addicts according to the law. And what they do is they encourage them with free promotions or whatever to keep gambling their entire life savings. More recently, there was a man, I talked about it in my monologue on the subject, who gambled away over $1 million, I think $1.4 million. He never made more than $200,000. His wife is suing DraftKings because he gambled away his children's life savings, college accounts, his Christmas gifts, everything. Everything that he owned. He'd never gambled before 2020, and he gambled away everything he owned by 2024. DraftKings used to call him every single day. They used to say, what else you got? They violated their own policies according to the lawsuit. According to their lawsuit, the lawsuit brought by the wife, the income, if they tried to verify it, they would have seen that he was using all of these different assets, which are, obviously not from a W-2 income, which is apparently violated their policy. They would have seen, as they admit in many cases, he was a gambling addict, and they didn't care. They allowed him to basically gamble away his life savings, and not only enabled it, but encouraged it. So,
you know what I'm thinking as you're telling me this amazing story? What I'm really afraid of is Sharia law. They hate us for our freedoms, Sagar. They hate us for our freedoms. Sharia's the threat.
Maybe they had something going on gambling. But my point,
this is so dark.
This is all on your phone. This is on my phone. This is on everybody's phone. It's on almost every young man's phone in America. It's part of the social fabric right now of male culture in the United States. And all of it. And I didn't even get to the craziest part, which is that the bets that they're making are these things called single game parlay bets, which are basically multi-contingent bets about 4 or 5 different things happening because the odds payout is much higher. You will lose with such regularity. Like in the state of Illinois, 60% of all bets were that type of bet.
Can you give me an example? My ignorance is astounding on the subject. So
I'm not very well versed in sports, but let's say we're watching a football game. We would say that this person is going to rush more than 200 yards. The quarterback will score 2 touchdowns. And at the end of the second half, the Packers will be up by 7. So you would bet that. And so your payout on a $5 bet could be $1,000. And that's why it's very attractive. But what people don't understand is that it's priced that way, that $5 for $1,000, because you're almost certainly not going to hit it. And that's the vast majority of the bets that Americans are making today because it's fun. But my point around the fun is that the gambling addicts are the only people who enable your fun. And if you're actually any good at this, you'll get banned. It's a totally unfair
How can they ban?
marketplace.
How can they? Well, that's totally. And Vegas
Yes.
is the same way.
Vegas is the same way. Well, how they back off people who are good at card counting. That's where the custom, what was legacy granted into the sports gambling houses comes from. Regulators don't care about any of this, and legislators. Why? Because they're getting filthy rich revenues off of this from the state. But my contention is if you look at the social cost of every single state where sports gambling has been legalized, we've seen an increase in bankruptcy, particularly young men. We've seen a rise in domestic violence, intimate partner violence, largely when bets lose. So a man's bet will lose and he'll take it out on his wife or the kids that are in the house. It's horrible. We've seen a actually statistically significant rise, almost directly as a result of sports gambling. We are watching the social costs of our brother, our cousin, or whatever go bankrupt or lose hundreds of dollars, get normalized into this environment of taking like insane risks, which you don't even really understand. It's getting enmeshed. If you go to any bar in America during a sports game, you'll find somebody there with their phone. And if you're talking to them, they've got money on every play of the game. They'll be like, oh, I had $20 that he would, throw a touchdown in the very first quarter. Soon they're rolling out products which make it so that you can bet like every single play of the game. And they're doing it live. So you can do it there all on your phone. I mean, that's basically, to me, that's an emblem of where we have become, what we have become as a country. We use the smartphone as an addictive platform to enable one of the worst vices that we've always recognized in American history. And my solution is simple: okay, it's not fair that Nevada had sports gambling. Let's just make it in person. We have to introduce friction into the system. We do that for alcohol. We do that for cigarettes. By the way, cigarette companies are not allowed to sponsor and spend billions of dollars in advertising at the Super Bowl and pair up with professional sports betting leagues. I've spoken with professional athletes, NFL athletes, who told me they have faced harassment from people who lost bets because of them. They'll be like, hey, the kicker, you idiot, you didn't make that. And I had $1,000, on something. It's ruining the game. The gambling companies and the leagues are coming together. Tens of millions of Americans are borderline addicted right now. Hundreds of millions are actually making bets. And all of this is just like a sleeping social revolution in the country where parlay betting and the lingo that used to be known to, the most degenerate guy who lives in Vegas is now common parlance, in American culture. And people call you nanny state or any of that. I just said I don't even oppose necessarily the ability to sports gamble. I just think we should treat it like any other vice and make it so that you have to.
Well, why not just say it's disgusting?
I think it is disgusting.
And it's predatory. Yeah. And by the way, they're preying, as the crypto people do, on the frustration and sadness of young men who know they're never going to be able to afford a wife, kids, and a house.
Exactly. And they sell you the dream. All the advertisements are you can get rich with your knowledge. And as I just said, if you actually do get rich, they'll just ban you. Or if you have the potential to.
Business wasn't always this sleazy in the United States. There were self-restraints. I mean, I've never been that into business or never participated in business actually in my whole life. But so what do I know? But I have been here a while, and I remember people had there was a feeling like, well, that's just wrong. We're not going to do that.
Yes.
Taking advantage of people was bad.
Well, there was
especially poor people. Like payday loan was a really sleazy business, charging 30% interest on a credit card. I mean, your neighbors would judge you.
Yeah. And they should, but that's the problem with the collapse of social trust is that there's not a lot of policing.
Totally amoral predators took control of our society at every level.
That's exactly right. And now the government is in league with them. It'll be legal in almost all 50 states, probably by the end of the decade. And all of this will lead to mass bankruptcy, like I said, all the social attendant costs of this. But I think more importantly, it shows when you have that collapse of social enforcement within your society, you can just see how I'm talking about a 7-year period. This is not long ago that this was even not a thing, that we went to bigger than the motion picture industry. And you and I are talking before football season. All forecasts say that DraftKings and FanDuel will make more money this year than they have ever made before. And 2024 to 2023 was already a 23% rise.
Why are people paying their gambling debts? Why are people paying their credit card bills? I don't understand. Yeah. I mean, it's like so one-sided. It's like you're a college student and you get credit card offers, free credit cards, and you get lured into something like this. You get destroyed by it, but you still have to pay your debts.
Yes.
So it's all upside for them. And then people wag their finger in your face and like, oh, you a communist? Am I a communist? No, I'm not. If you say like, why would you pay your debts? Why would you ever?
It's usury.
Pay off. It is.
Yeah.
And they're the ones who should be ashamed.
Not just ashamed. Our legislators should do something about it.
I really do want to start a political party. Don't pay your credit card bill. Do not pay your gambling debts. I really do.
It'd be a general strike against, or student loan, honestly.
But what they do, and it's the same people, they take the frustration, the people who are benefiting from DraftKings and Citibank, they take the frustration that people feel, the stupid new mayor of New York, and they move it into like race hate.
Mm-hmm.
They basically take that momentum and they shift it into a safe direction. Like just hate each other on the basis of the way you look.
Yes, of course.
And that's very safe for their backers. But I'm just waiting for the guy who's like, no. The real criminals are the ones who are loaning you money at 30% interest or getting you to go bankrupt on a sports gambling app. Like those are the villains. Why don't we go after them?
I agree. I've been waiting.
Will you run for president on the don't pay your credit card bill? And I will send you money.
Well, but I've been waiting for somebody. I talked with a guy who's an expert on the history of political parties. And he said, one of the most popular issues that I think that would resonate is banning employers who schedule closing shift and opening shift. It's called clopening, right? Like people who have to work until midnight and wake up at 6 a.m. A lot of these are the most precarious people in our economy who are basically screwed around with by their employers, getting paid minimum wage and feel the deep frustration of no power in their lives from financial institutions to their employers. He's like, I genuinely think just an issue like that would resonate so deeply. And then I started thinking, I go, why? Is that not even a thing? And I go, oh, well, it's because most people in Washington don't even know about the term that I just used.
Of course.
And it's about the everyday life of somebody who is worried about being able to buy a house. I mean, let's even put buying a house out of that. That's the American dream. I'm talking about just making rent. I'm talking about, being able to fill up your car. I mean, a large percentage of this country is a blown tire away from bankruptcy.
Oh, I know.
A literal blown tire away from complete bankruptcy, economic precarity to a level which is shameful, whenever we have the, richest country in human history. And, you talked about Zoran. And what I really appreciated is look, we don't like Zoran. I'm not pro Zoran.
I get it.
But when he says, hey, I'm just worried about the rent and I don't care about Israel because I'm going to stay here in New York.
I loved it.
I loved it too. That's what all we need. That's what all people really want. I remember when Trump first term withdrew from Paris and he said, I was elected to be the president of Pittsburgh, not Paris. And I was like, wow.
So that's the problem with
of
this
the most
Epstein
important
thing. The problem with the DOJ decision yesterday to cover up the crimes of Epstein, which they are doing, is that it leaves people at the very end of their electoral options. It's like, I voted for this guy, and I'll speak for myself. I voted for this guy precisely because I'm really distressed. I want justice. I want honesty. I think secrecy abets evil. I want someone to focus on my country, like all the basic things. And I think Trump wants all those things too. But when you allow something like this to happen, people are like, you know what? The system itself is beyond reform. There's no reasonable step I can take to improve this country or my own life. I have to do something crazy.
Yes.
Like you're creating true radicalism when you do stuff like this. Because what's the option?
Well, that's why, in a way, I want to hold a lot of these leaders to a higher standard, is because if you're elected on that message and you betray that message, in my opinion, you're more culpable than, let's say, the idiots like George W. Bush and others who really believed it, right? They believed what they destroyed our country.
I
absolutely.
agree.
But they, at the very least, they didn't lie to us as much about wanting to address the very problems that they created. But when you have people like Obama, Biden, and Trump who are elected right now on the backs of fixing the most catastrophic presidency probably in American history, George W. Bush, but then to return to many, or in many cases, even go further and not actually address those, I think you're very culpable in that. And you reap what you sow. I mean, you said you're not a radical. I'm similar in disposition. Like, I don't want to see mass violence or any of these other.
Well, you're a married father. You're
right.
Like, I am too.
Right.
Totally vested in the future of the country.
Exactly. I don't want that to happen.
No.
But as an analyst or as somebody familiar with history, somebody who has an audience and can pick up on social trends, people are mad as hell right now. They are angry.
Too mad.
Angry.
Too mad.
Yes.
No, I agree. I'm legit. That Epstein thing, it's not even about Epstein. I think I know what the Epstein thing was. Everybody knows what it was. I think YouPorn is the same thing.
Yes.
They're collecting information to blackmail people on YouPorn. Do you think a foreign government doesn't have access to the back end of YouPorn? I think they do. And so I get it. I understand, everyone knows what's up. But to insult the population by saying, no, you're a conspiracy theorist, it's like, I think you're really playing with fire when you do that.
Especially when you said the conspiracy and then now revert
it's
to
too
the
much.
line.
It's too much.
That is too much.
Do you know? I mean, can you call Pam Bondi and say, I think Pam Bondi's under a ton of pressure. Again, I've always liked Pam Bondi. I know her. I think she's under enormous pressure. I don't know how good she is under pressure. Trying to be nice, but I don't think that she's like a sinister person who is, doing the work of Leon Black and Ehud Barak on purpose, really. But I wonder if they know this is a real thing here.
They have to know. And the reason why I think they have to know is that the breadcrumbs that got us to this moment have already been sprinkled. Kash Patel testified and said it was suicide. Went on the Joe Rogan podcast and said, if I had that information, don't you think I would tell you? He killed himself. I mean, that was basically, this was an enshrinement of many of the things that they already put out there. And the criticism and really the outrage over each of those individual comments, let's say the so-called Epstein files released with many of the influencers, there was outrage at every step. So they're not stupid.
But how can you say that thousands of children were raped, but I'm not going to find out who raped them?
Yeah.
How can you say that?
I agree completely.
They said that. By the way, when Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped?
Yeah.
Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
Yes, yeah, it is. Because, I gave Versailles as an example. When you pick the court over and over again and the people start to wake up to that, bad things can happen. And this is something that I find really disgusting about American elites, is that for a long time, the American Republic and the elite system has been one that can actually cycle at least some of the wants and the needs of the American voter to basically placate it and keep it from going down the path of fascism and or socialism. But when you continue to just double down on the imperium and on what fuels the empire itself, and you would keep ignoring all of these things, I do think this bill is an important part of that. Like, we're increasing defense spending. The empire is not even good at what's supposed to be doing.
No.
It's causing chaos abroad. The military-industrial complex is not even good at creating weapons or ammunition. The global financial system has been revealed as a complete ruse. We sanctioned Russia to death. Remember, we said that they will never rise. Their economy grew, and they were able to increase.
I tried to tell that story, and I went to the Russian grocery store not because I want to live in Russia, though it's really nice, but to point out that like everything you said was going to happen didn't happen.
Yeah, they're doing fine. And what's the lesson in that? Is that, the ability to produce the goods that you need, the ability to produce the energy, and to at least have a few allies who also reject the Western global financial system is all you need now to stand against the American empire. I think that was actually one of the most important things that has ever happened, because we threw it all at Russia over the most insignificant conflict involving the United States. And what has China been doing now for the last 5 years? Just studying. Since Ukraine, they have been studying this.
And we did it because a small group of foreign policy and government officials deeply care about Ukraine.
Exactly.
They really care about Ukraine. Okay, that's great. I deeply care about Sweden. You maybe deeply care about India.
Yeah.
But you're not driving our foreign policy. They care about Ukraine for whatever reason. But they're imposing that on a country of 350 million people.
Exactly.
Like, are you joking? You can't do that.
It humiliated us, really, in the eyes of most of our adversaries.
Oh, I'm aware.
Because the day that Russia can increase its GDP and can increase its ammunition more than all of NATO while subject to the most devastating sanctions, supposedly in the history of the United States, that shows that it's all fake. And then that's Russia,
I agree.
Which is a much smaller and less much of a threat to the United States, let's say, than any other country in the world. And all those other countries are studying studying this with a fine-tooth comb to sanction-proof themselves. So when the time comes that we're really affected, and this affects me and you and my kid or your kids, that we're going to have a real problem.
I couldn't agree more. And to spend $1 trillion on something that's not working. I mean, I guess of all the money you could spending in the military, decent people in the military, some really good people in the military.
If it actually went to them, that'd be fine, but it's not, as you and I know.
I read the other day this analysis from someone I know who's really smart, and the question was, will the United States use nuclear bunker busters in Iran? Okay, so that would, for many reasons, be, the first time nuclear weapons have been used in 80 years, kind of a big deal. So I don't think anyone wants that particular Rubicon to be crossed. So I was like, wow, I wonder if that's going to happen. So I call around, and the answer I got, which I think is true, we don't have any nuclear bunker busters. And because we're not good at building anything, we're not going to have them for quite some time. Now, I haven't verified that, but I got that. I mean, I think that's true. That's insane. Now, I don't want to use nuclear bunker busters at all. And apparently it was George W. Bush who said we shouldn't. So, there's a rare win for the Bush team. Thank you, George W. Bush. But if that's true, you spend $1 trillion and you don't even have a nuclear bunker buster?
I mean, that's the least of our problems. We don't have basic ammunition.
No, I'm aware. It's like the level of dysfunction is so overwhelming and that's the military, which you gotta assume is more functional than, say, the Department of Transportation or Energy or Commerce or Interior. It's like gotta be one of the most functional departments. At least they actually pass a marksmanship test occasionally. Then things are really in disarray, and we actually need reform.
Yes, like immediate reform. Because I mean, I just think, I don't know. I've almost come to the conclusion it's like we're either going to have to hit a financial crisis or a war. That's really the only time
I think
anything changes.
Feel that. So where do things go politically?
A lot of that depends on Donald Trump and how he handles his meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the next coming years. And this is why I was so concerned about Iran, and I think you were too. And also why the people crowing victory, in my opinion, will look stupid. And I listened to your entire interview with the president of Iran. It's a very important interview, at the very least, because whether he means it or not, he's trying to telegraph for peace.
Of course.
And not only trying to telegraph for peace, naming Israel as a prime provocateur, wanting better relations here with the United States of America, but also concerned about the fact that, at least according to our president, diplomacy was at least used in some way, either afterwards taken credit for, or at least the perspective was given. It was used as a ruse, which will undermine our ability to future negotiate. Let's say you are Iran, which, in my opinion, what I took away from this is, despite all of their genocidal terrorists who want to kill us all, they acted highly rationally. They only struck Israel. They have fired 14 bases, at the U.S. 14 missiles at the U.S. base. They gave us preemptive notice. They immediately then called it off, willing to sign a ceasefire. He seemed, at the very least, his ability to telegraph rationality in his interview with you. What I take away from that then is, rationally, if you are the country of Iran and you look at the history now and the context in which this has now happened, I don't see how 30 years from now we either don't have an actual nuclear armed Iran or regime change. Because every single time, let's even look at Israel's operations. In 1981, I'm sure you remember, Israel took out Iraq's nuclear program, or at least severely damaged
a reactor.
it.
Yes,
a reactor. Now that was sold it was a one-time operation. By the way, do you remember that the Reagan administration denounced it? And we actually paused shipments, I believe, of F-14s to the country. Why? Because we saw it as an outrageous move, which was destabilizing relations. Ronald Reagan, everybody, not some known anti-Semite, but of course, we're not allowed to know our history. The point, though, is that the preemptive strike in 1981, did it stop the United States from invading Iraq in 2003 for an Operation Regime Change sold on the lie of WMD? The point is that it actually hardened Saddam's resolve to at least create the impression of having nuclear weapons, and for a time actually amassing other so-called weapons of mass destruction, and hardened the want of Syria in 2007 when they did something similar. If you look at the history here now of the so-called preemptive strike from Israel, known as the Begin Doctrine, around nuclear weapons in the Middle East, every time there's a strike, eventually it leads to regime change. So Iraq, regime change. Syria, regime change. With Libya, of course, they had all kinds of stuff going on with the Libyan program. Gaddafi did the smart thing at what he thought at the time, gave up his nuclear weapons. And what happened to him? He was, literally sodomized on camera. It was what, 8 years later by the United States of America. So the history of that in the region should really, I mean, you have to be very stupid not to look at every single one of those instances and say, yeah, I don't know about whether dealing with the United States or Israel here in this context is one that I can trust. In fact, I should probably just go get a nuclear weapon. Yeah. Let's take the only member of the axis of evil today that has never been bombed by the United States of America, North Korea. I saw a book about Kim Jong-il behind you. And I've recently had this theory. I'm like, is Kim Jong-il one of the most vindicated men in history? He was seen as an insane person. Remember the movies and his liquor?
Very
and
well, yeah.
His fundamental insight in 2002 was, no, we don't trust these people. We have to sprint to a nuke. We're getting the H-bomb. We're testing underground. We will establish a credible nuclear deterrent. He dies, and his son immediately pours all state resources into creating an ICBM and a credible nuclear threat to the United States of America, capable of hitting the United States homeland. And he, in my opinion, my belief is Kim Jong-un will die of natural causes in his own bed because of that decision. That is the only way to assure that the United States will not mess with you. And now, actually, what Israel has created is a situation where the highly rational decision, after your entire military infrastructure has been, infiltrated by Mossad, you've walked with impunity, you've seen diplomacy used as a ruse. I don't see how we can't either go down the regime change path again or have a nuclear Iran. Now, on top of this, of course, is Israeli action. Prime Minister Netanyahu, according to the Jerusalem Post, which is, an Israeli media outlet, they write that Prime Minister Netanyahu, one of the chief things he wants to secure from President Trump is the ability to conduct preemptive strikes anytime he wants on the Iranian nuclear program, which, of course, we were told was destroyed. If it was destroyed, I'm not sure why we need more preemptive strikes. But he wants a rolling green light for the future to be able to go in and take any things out at the time, which, of course, would only harden the strategic resolve of that country if they want it.
It can't be done alone.
Of course not, which they proved. They actually proved that to us when they said, we need you to come in and finish the job.
And to protect our homeland from ballistic missiles raining down on our cities. So any Israeli, and by the way, I come at this, you feel like you have to say it because you don't want to be called a bigot again, but just in general, I approve of and certainly understand every country's obligation to act in its own interest, including defensively. So
yes.
I'm not even contesting Israel's right to be worried about Iran. They probably should be. However, every strike by Israel on Iran, by definition, requires the involvement of the U.S. military.
Correct.
So we're getting signed up for an endless war with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, it's like, no, this is my country.
Yes.
No. But I'm getting
us.
This is what I was saying about radicalism. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that could make you radical, right?
Yeah. Yes, and it's bad for us. And it's also bad for them. I mean, let's take the April operation. A lot of people forget this. Why did Iran, in April of 2024, launch all those ballistic missiles at Israel? It's because Israel bombed an Iranian embassy in the middle of Syria. Now, according to them, it was an IRGC command center. Maybe. I would say there are CIA officers present in every U.S. embassy in the world. So I don't particularly want to open up that bag of worms. I think there's spies in literally every diplomatic mission, including in Washington, which probably cross paths with many of those. I don't think those are legitimate targets, nor should they be. We shouldn't open that up. Well, it was because of that action that they knew would invite an Iranian response that Iran then launched those ballistic missiles against Israel. But who shot down all those missiles?
You allowed to bomb people's embassies?
Yes, according to them, as long as you designated a terrorist, base by your own definition, I don't even know if the United States ever actually technically signed off on that analysis, you're able to do that.
There have to be some limits. It's mutually agreed upon limits to behavior. You can't just shoot someone for pissing you off.
Right.
Okay.
But
you can't shoot up churches, including the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. And you can't bomb embassies, or else your embassies and your churches or your synagogues or your mosques or whatever, they're all fair game. And you want to live in that world.
Right. It would be rightfully denounced as terrorism if that were done.
There's got to be some limit. What's the limit?
Yes. And even more big than that, what I said at the time was one of the reasons I didn't want us to defend Israel is I know that if they didn't think that the U.S. would come in and defend them, then they never would have done it in the first place. Is that it would have restricted their freedom of action and the freedom of action of the Iranians. And the most likely outcome between that was probably some sort of diplomatic solution. If they were actually forced to deal with this problem on their own terms without the big brother United States, or at the very least, the big brother United States equally distributed to both parties in regards to trying to bring peace and balance to the region. But it's our unending and unquestioning support which enables Israeli belligerent action in the region, which then invites blowback both on them, but also on us. Okay, I lived during the 12-day war with the United States government warning me about terrorist attacks in my homeland. That is like 2005 Red Terror levels. Remember flying back then?
Very well.
And that is a psychological toll on our population, which was literally being done for a foreign country and worrying about every U.S. citizen. There are millions of United States citizens who live abroad who were told that they had to be careful in going about their daily business in whatever country they happen to be in. Now, let's say that's in response to 9/11. Okay, we can justify that in terms of what the United States is doing after being attacked on our homeland. But for another, as you said, it's too much. It can lead to radicalization. I'm trying to resist that pull. And what I'm trying to do here on my show as well is to talk all about this in a rational way. That's why I talk about Switzerland and Chile, just to put it in context, who this country is and what we allegedly get out of it. Let's remove all of the veneer and the smears and everything else, and let's just talk in our own terms. And I have found that to be the enemy of the Ukraine discourse, of Israel discourse, of so much of the way that we orient ourselves. I mean, I always think about the Munich Security Conference. What? Why? Why are we obsessed with the Munich Security Conference? Asia is 50% of GDP in 2030. We should be going to the Singapore Security Conference. And that's the only one that actually should matter. But why do they all go to Munich? Oh, because they like Munich. They like Europe. They like going on vacation. A lot of them have studied there. They have this cultural affinity. I get it. I'm not saying that shouldn't matter at all. But our forward-looking leaders, even back in the 1930s and 40s, always had a very clear-eyed view of the ability to balance what was actually in U.S. strategic interests. And I think we really lost that from the 1990s unipolar moment onwards. And I'm watching it happen again. So, you asked me where this thing goes. It's all basically... it's on Trump and his relationship with Bibi. I actually think he's gambling his entire presidency.
I agree with
on
that.
all of that right now.
Yeah. And, I have no idea what's going to happen. I believe they're meeting as we're speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I know them both. And but I don't know. But I've got to say, of all the kind of filthy disasters in the world, the one that I would want to stay away from with the most enthusiasm is Gaza.
Yeah.
So how is it that it's America's responsibility to unfuck Gaza?
Yes. And that was the plan from day one.
And what's happened in Gaza is not defensible. It's too much. I mean, Haaretz said 17,000 children have been killed in Gaza. 17,000? I had to read it twice. They said that. So, I'm just citing them. There are lots of other estimates, but we'll just go with the Israeli.
No, let's go with the Israeli press, which are often more critical than ours.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they're way more critical than ours. But let's just go with that. I think that that's immoral. As a Christian, I'm very offended. There were, by the way, Christians among those killed there. They did nothing wrong. I'm offended by that. But even if I supported that, which I don't, I would say, I don't think I want to have anything to do with that. I don't want to be tied to that. Why should I take responsibility for your crime?
President Biden sent his humanitarian aid float show. Remember that cost probably at least $250 million. That entire deployment almost did nothing. Currently, American contractors, I'm sure you saw this, are involved in this food aid scheme, which appears to basically just be like, look, I mean, I have to be honest here. It almost seems like a literal trap. Like there are hundreds of Palestinians who have literally been killed trying to get
Is
food.
this the one run by an American evangelical preacher?
I believe so. I mean, it's these American contractors, and this is set up through the United States government and all these private foundations. And I know this can get difficult. By the way, even talking about this, I recently saw referred to as a literal blood libel, is to mention the fact that people who were coming for aid were literally gunned down and murdered. That's supposedly a blood libel against the Jewish people. Like, again, remove your rhetoric and let's talk in the realm of facts. Your own newspapers are reporting the fact that hundreds of civilians were killed trying to get aid in Gaza. I'm repeating what your Israeli press is saying. I'm repeating what the independent press is saying, what the people in Gaza are saying as well, to the extent that there's any independent oversight of this whatsoever. And let's return to the question of, I think, what both of our orientation is this good for our country? I would say no. You can talk in the realm spiritually.
Okay.
I would also just talk in the realm. We could talk in the realm spiritually and like kind of what that means to normalize saying let's kill children, like Congressman Randy Fine or other members who are like openly celebrated and think it's like a good thing. But we can even talk about what we said about national interest. Is it healthy? Is it normal to be obsessed with with defending supposedly the most moral army in the world, when almost every counterterrorism and Iraq war veteran I know would be ashamed to have fought this way in the global war on terror? American troops, look, we made a lot of mistakes, but you cannot fault the American soldier or the American Marine or the American airman for not and many times putting their own lives on the line, and many losing them to protect Iraqi and Afghan civilians. In fact, often that was a core part of our mission. And they would, look, I don't think it was worth it, but when required, they were willing to do so. And I haven't seen that in the way that this war has been conducted.
I haven't either, but I don't understand why we would take responsibility for fixing Gaza. I mean, that's we can't fix Baltimore. What for real?
You're right.
What?
Yeah. Why should we? And this has been the plan from day one. That's what I was going to say is, remember back in November 2023, even shortly after October 7th, Israeli Knesset members and others were writing in the Wall Street Journal, actually, it's the United States that should take in people from Gaza after we expel them. Or it's
so
American
the people of Gaza are so dangerous. Every person in Gaza, including the children, they're all terrorists because it's genetic.
Right.
They've been saying that. It's genetic. What are we even talking about? Like, what is this? It's genetic. I can think of a widely discredited political movement in Europe that used to talk like that. It's genetic, whatever. Anyway, but they're too dangerous to live next to. We can't even have them in the region. You guys need to take them. That is the purest expression of contempt for the United States I can imagine.
And that was step one. Step two was all of these broad plans about U.S. peacekeepers. Now it's broadly evolved. They're mostly trying to pass it off on the Gulf. But as you and I know, there's no Gulf military that could potentially occupy Gaza. It would, of course, either have to be fully funded by the United States of America or probably would result in some sort of U.S. troop presence in Jordan, serving as the supply mission with some sort of never-ending deployment that would put people at risk, just like our current occupation in Syria, where we continue to have hundreds of troops for what? If anybody thinks you and I are conspiracy theorists, let's not forget that after this Israeli-backed Al-Qaeda takeover of Syria, which was, I guess, U.S. and Israeli-backed Al-Qaeda takeover of Syria, that there are current negotiations between the Israeli and U.S. government right now, this is out in the open, about the United States actually filling in areas of Syria that were taken over by Israel and occupying them as some sort of safe zone between Syria and between Israel. And again, first of all, this is a government supported by Israel and I guess by the United States now at this point. So why do the troops even need to be there? Also, we were told that we have to stand up against countries seizing territory like Putin and Ukraine. I've literally watched the Greater Israel Project march forward, in the last 2 years into Syria, of course, the West Bank, and now with Gaza and the expansionist behavior there, which we just don't talk about here at all. It's
seems like a violation of our norms.
It violates every norm that we have about the way that a civilized nation were to conduct itself. It's what we condemn and sanction.
Isn't that why
Russia.
we're fighting Russia?
Exactly. And that's where the hypocrisy of it collapses in and of itself. And the only way it's justifiable is earlier what we referred to, this like bastardized Christian and rabbinical theological doctrine. My favorite was the former U.S. Ambassador David Friedman trying to lecture you about Christian theology, right? And
you didn't learn that much from his lecture.
You didn't learn much, right? But it's like, what? And I mean, my final point actually on that too, and as you know, there's probably no more contempt than by a lot of the pro-Zionist movement for the actual Christian evangelicals who, for whatever reason, are so broadly supportive of Israel. They use them as pawns. They laugh at them.
If they knew.
Yeah, I wish they knew. And I know a lot of them listen to you.
Yeah.
I hope.
Nice people, good people.
Yeah, if you ever go to Israel, probably 80% of the flight is going to be people from Alabama or,
Yep.
from all across
World's
the American
nicest
South
people, yes.
who are going to the holy city, which is great. That's awesome. But while they're there, they're subjected to all of this end times propaganda about why it's so important to support the state. And I think what's really sick is that the government, the Israeli government, uses them as political pawns in our country when secretly they have nothing but contempt and laugh at them about, they're like, oh, look at these, gross people in our streets or any of that. There's no actual appreciation.
I remember asking Benjamin Netanyahu, over 20 years ago, when terrorists were occupying the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, which is the city in which Jesus was born. So it's, arguably the most important church in Christendom. Mm-hmm. And the IDF fired into the church, killed, I think, a bell ringer. I think may have killed a monk. Anyway, killed Christians in a Christian church in a Christian city. Formerly, it's no longer a Christian city, thanks to its occupation. But I was totally for Israel. I've never been against Israel, actually, mm-hmm. which is the hilarious part. But I remember saying to him, like, "You're using American weapons to fire into the Church of the Nativity?" This was on CNN at the time, and boy, it was like, "Were you an anti-Semite?"
Yeah.
No. I don't want to fire into the Church of the Nativity. Like, how is that okay?
Right.
And why does everyone think it's okay? It's not okay.
It's not okay. And it's, we were talking yesterday about in the, the recent settler violence that happened against these Christian villages. Part of why I feel upset about this is not just about we rightfully, if you're a Christian, you should also care about other Christians. But it's like, guys, this is just a normal behavior in the in the way that they act in this region and supported by the Israeli government. Now, again, as somebody who cares about my own country, it would all be bad things happen all over the world. That's a fact of life. But us funding them, it becoming a major political issue in our country, unfortunately, you're turning people like us who Israel was never my number one issue.
No.
Never.
No.
I really did not particularly care.
Oh.
I spent time in the country and I liked it. And that was kind of I said, this Palestinian thing is kind of messed up, but whatever, it's their business.
This was always like a lefty issue. All these people, who you don't agree with them on anything, and they're running around talking about genocide. And it's like, just stop.
Mm-hmm.
I had no desire. Like, the last thing I want to do is get involved.
I felt the same, but I felt compelled once I saw not only the level, I saw the level of which the Likud interests started basically becoming a part of the mainstream American right. Became even more concerned when I saw Likud interests running state laws, passing BDS laws on the books of multiple states in the United States, restricting the free speech rights of American citizens.
Ron DeSantis signs a censorship law, a blasphemy law in a foreign country.
Right. In a foreign country.
I like DeSantis. That was the point where it was like, you're disgusting. I can't support you.
Ron DeSantis, who banned critical race theory, then basically starts affirmative action for Jewish students in the state of Florida. That I can't genuinely think of a better representation of the modern American
but
right.
It just destroyed Ron DeSantis. And I really liked Ron DeSantis. I knew him pretty well. I always tried my best in my limited way to promote Ron DeSantis because I thought he did such a marvelous job during COVID in Florida. I was in Florida for part of that, and I was like, oh, you're great. And he was totally destroyed by this one issue because it was it was utterly inconsistent with everything else he was saying. It's like, wait, we're against affirmative action. We're against blasphemy laws. I thought we're Americans. We have a First Amendment. How can you travel to a foreign country and sign a law restricting my speech rights?
You're exactly right. The University of California system, the largest state in our country, is now saying that any organization that supports BDS will have any federal grant money pulled. Listen, this is insanity.
Actually,
that happened. I think it happened a couple of days ago. They're warning students not even to speak out.
Can you boycott the United States? Can you boycott other states?
Of course you can. Of course you can. And that's my point, is that it's genuinely all just about a foreign nation and one political party's interests, and then hijacking it in ours. And I guess I should give the disclaimer, as you said, like you do, because I already know the inevitable. I'm not an anti-Semite. I spent a long time in Israel. I like Israel. I have people who I would consider genuine family who are literally Israeli and live in Israel. I love them. It is not about them. It's about their government. It's about their party. And more specifically, it's actually about my country's relationship with them. I wish them nothing but the best. And I I just wish we just treated it like any other country. I have affinity for Switzerland, Japan, India. I mean, I've been all over the world, which is one of the great blessings of my life. And I want to look at our relationship with all those countries on a relatively equal basis and just say, okay, what are we getting from this? And what are we getting from that? And instead, I've watched this religion both around support for Israel, but Ukraine and NATO. I mean, NATO is a religion, as you know. It's transformed itself into a religion and not a defensive alliance.
I agree.
And watching that happen has been one of the most frustrating events of my life, because the consequences in both of these cases are so dire for the people who elect a lot of these representatives to power. And I mean, we got lucky that the 12-day war ended when it did. But to say that that's the final solution is ridiculous. Because again, Israel bombs Iraq in 1981. Mission accomplished? Yes or no? Israel bombed Syria's reactor program in 2007. Mission accomplished? Did it stop there? Gaddafi gave up his nukes. Is it only just about nukes? Of course it's not about nukes. It's about regime change. That's what they want. They're open about it. And, plea, everyone, watch Israeli television. There are a lot of people who translate it. They brag about this stuff out in the open, about killing Gazans, about regime change, about the way that they manipulate the United States. They say it in Hebrew. Ask your friend. There are a lot of Hebrew speakers here in America. They can translate it for you. It's sickening. It's out in the open. I mean, they put Fox News to shame. A lot of these people,
which is hard to do.
Which is very hard.
Boy, I'm praying for Trump. I'm praying for this is the last political solution to our problems.
Yeah.
And I think all my hope is in Trump, and I hope that the administration course corrects and does it really soon.
Yeah, I think they need to on that issue with Epstein, and broadly, you were elected on a message about America first, and just so blatantly putting another country's interests ahead of our own is not going to go unnoticed by a large segment of the American public, and specifically younger people who are suffering right now. The U.S. economy right now is a disaster. The ability to buy a house, rates are very high from the Fed. That's one thing he's correct about, Trump, especially on the Federal Reserve, about high interest rates, about the fact that we have like a collapse of social trust. I spent a long time talking about gambling. We're watching extractive industries get richer and richer on the backs of a lot of ordinary and working class people. Their lives are getting worse probably every single year. And, just touting GDP and, tax cuts for the rich and all this stuff. I don't think people can put up with all of that together.
I agree.
And you have 3.5 years left. You can still make a change if you want to.
For people who aren't familiar with your show, where do they find it?
Breaking Points on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you find it.
Congratulations on your well-deserved success.
Thank you.
And I hope you're an inspiration to many others.
Well, you're an inspiration to me. I owe all my career to you. And so I have to say that. Thank you very much. No. Thank you for giving me the
I didn't do anything. We just hired a lot of people at low wages, which I guess is kind of what you're decrying. But anyway, great to see you.
It worked out, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it turns out that YouTube is suppressing this show. On one level, that's not surprising. That's what they do. But on another level, it's shocking. With everything that's going on in the world right now, all the change taking place in our economy and our politics, with the wars on the cusp of fighting right now, Google has decided you should have less information rather than more. And that is totally wrong. It's immoral. What can you do about it? Well, we could whine about it. That's a waste of time. We're not in charge of Google. Or we could find a way around it, a way that you could actually get information that is true, not intentionally deceptive. The way to do that on YouTube, we think, is to subscribe to our channel. Subscribe. Hit the little bell icon to be notified when we upload and share this video. That way you'll have a much higher chance of hearing actual news and information. So we hope that you'll do that. I'll speak for myself. I never thought that I would be offering an apology to Jeffrey Epstein. I think of all the times I've maligned that guy, all the times I'm accused him of crimes, of blackmailing people, of trafficking children to powerful figures around the world on behalf of global intel services. And then I learned yesterday from Attorney General Pam Bondi, that's totally untrue.
Yes. Yeah.
The guy killed himself after 36 days in prison for no reason. He was a billionaire. Mm-hmm. He had no clients. He'd done nothing wrong other than get like naughty massages 20 years before. And the guy killed himself. Another pointless death. And then his best friend, former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, doing 20 years in prison for no crime. There are no victims.
Yes, it's a victimless crime. They're obviously persecuted by the state.
Yes.
They're political prisoners, really. It's the Hague should come in and do an investigation, or we're watching one of the most systematic government cover-ups of all time. Something that you've said that always resonates with me is I don't want to be lied to. And I specifically don't want to be lied to by the very people who built careers. And I'm talking here specifically about Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and many others who now work for the administration, who fed MAGA and the American people and promised them to get to the bottom of this, only to turn their tune immediately upon assuming office, lying before Congress, talking about this is an obvious case.
Stablecoins really operate off a layer one. So, you know, a lot of Circle operates off Ethereum. And if you look at the tech stack, typically, the more you get into that layer one, like sort of level, the higher the multiple should be for the business, because it actually benefits from the multiple applications sitting on top of it.
Right.
Yeah, so on that same metric, Ethereum should have a staking yield. The yield should, if the enterprise, you know, I mean, Ethereum should have a much higher multiple. And so I asked that to Sean Farrell. He said, you know, if you do the rough math, that, you know, you get Ethereum would be very undervalued if you were looking at Circle relative to layer one. So that's why Ethereum probably could go to 10,000 or something. If the world suddenly realized we're going to tokenize more things, and like these tokenized assets like tokenized dollars trade at 100 times EBITDA, what should the blockchain be valued at? So then suddenly ETH should maybe be worth a lot more money.
And much like Ethereum, XRP also is a cryptocurrency that has a ton of stablecoin adoption that's happening on a massive scale, and is also going to be opening itself up to interoperability, meaning it's going to be able to communicate with all the other different blockchains in the entire ecosystem of cryptocurrency, which means I think that XRP is also extremely undervalued when we factor in what Tom Lee was just talking about. But Tom Lee's going to have a bunch of other incredible things to say. He basically talks about a lot of these layer one cryptocurrencies and the new gold rush, which is going to be happening in his point of view based off of what he's seen in the markets. And I think this is incredibly cool and something that you guys are going to be very interested in, especially if you hold any of these awesome layer one projects like XRP, like HBAR, like Ethereum, Solana, BNB, and many others who are very well and uniquely positioned to take over a large part of layer one development and real world asset tokenization, especially the projects that are focused on real world asset tokenization, cross-border payments. They have a lot to gain from a lot of what Tom Lee is going to talk about in today's video. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Smash that like button so everyone can see this in the XRP army. Let's get into what Tom Lee has to say here.
Well, you know, Ethereum, I'm sure the audience kind of knows Ethereum, but I like Ethereum because it's a programmable smart contract blockchain.
Right.
Okay. But that's a mouthful.
Yeah.
I would say the real reason I kind of would say I backed into Ethereum is that stable coins are really taking off.
Circle,
Yep.
$70 billion company.
Circle's like the best IPO in 5 years.
Correct.
And it trades at 100 times EBITDA. And it has made the performance. For some funds, it has made their year.
Wow.
It's what put people in the top 1%. So proof in the traditional Wall Street world, Circle is like God level stock.
Right.
And it's a stable coin. Stable coins are the ChatGPT of crypto because it's really crossed over into the mainstream. But it's really evidence that Wall Street is trying to equitize tokens.
Correct.
But then the crypto world is tokenizing equities because they tokenized $1, right? And then now you're seeing, oh, JP Morgan wants their own stablecoin, Amazon, Walmart, Goldman. Well, stablecoins are a great business model and they work really well for consumers and merchants, but they all have to operate on a blockchain.
Correct.
And the majority of stablecoin transactions take place on Ethereum. So Ethereum's been like kind of out of favor. You know, it peaked at close to 5,000 several years ago, and it was stuck at like 1400, 1500. It's back to like 2400. But stablecoins are only 250 billion today.
Correct.
It's 30% of the gas fees on Ethereum. And Ethereum mints more than 50% of all stablecoin creations. Treasury Secretary Scott.
He loves them.
Yep. And he says he thinks it's a $2 trillion market, which is 10x increase. The US government wants more stablecoins because stablecoins collectively are the 12th largest holder of treasuries.
Correct.
And they're creating a lot of dollarization. 80% of stablecoin usage is outside the US. But a 10 times increase in stablecoin creations is an exponential growth in gas fees for Ethereum. So I think Ethereum is a very direct beneficiary of Wall Street trying to equitize crypto.
Correct.
And crypto tokenizing equity. It's literally sits in the middle. And so I think that's why Ethereum, I think, is going to be rediscovered.
But its price has lagged fundamentally in comparison to Bitcoin. Why do you think people aren't getting that story?
Well, because I think, crypto is a narrative driven space. Okay. Because it really runs on trust. Right. And so we know Bitcoin, the thesis is trust and, digital gold. But I think the story now is programmable money. And so maybe what you're seeing is people are discovering that you not only want programmable money, but you want to be running on the biggest network that does programmable money. And Ethereum is 300 billion. So it is the largest smart contract blockchain. So right. I think that's why Ethereum has the opportunity to really transform. Yeah. I won't necessarily speak to BMNR specifically, but I can speak to why treasury companies, which is what BMNR is, makes sense. Because someone's going to say, oh, well, if I want to bet on Ethereum, why don't I just buy the ETF?
Right.
Or why don't I just buy it on chain and
custody or something?
Custody, yeah. But see, a treasury company has 5 real important pieces of optionality. Okay. So if you buy an ETF or if you buy Ethereum on chain, your units held of Ethereum is going to be constant, right? I mean, if you buy an ETF, you have a contractual amount of Ethereum you
Correct.
have. And it maybe shrinks because they charge you fees. But these treasury companies, their goal is to grow the token held per share.
Right.
MicroStrategy, that's their benchmark, key performance metric. So one, if it trades at a premium to NAV, net asset value, they can issue stock and create more net asset value per share.
Right.
That's actually what they call reflexive growth. I don't think there's very few things in the equity world that are reflexive that way. Number 2, because the underlying token is quite volatile. In fact, Ethereum has twice the delivered volatility of Bitcoin.
Correct.
If you held Ethereum an ETF, and you said, I want to leverage it and buy more Ethereum ETFs by borrowing money, the bank's going to charge you 10%. But if you're a treasury asset company, 1, you're a corporation, so your cost of money is cheaper. But 2, you can sell the volatility in the form of convertible or derivative. And then your cost of capital in MicroStrategy's case is 0.
Right.
So you got 2 levers to pull. The third lever you're pulling is that you have a market price to NAV, and you have an equity. And then there's other treasury companies outside, price to net asset value.
Correct.
And so if something's trading at NAV, price net asset value, and you're trading at 3 times, you could do mergers and buy other treasury companies. So there's this arb that way. The fourth is you can create an operating company. Hey, let's create a business that helps the DeFi ecosystem. You don't really do in Bitcoin, but actually on Ethereum, that's a huge benefit. Yeah. And then the fifth is you create what I call a structural put. Okay. So an example is MicroStrategy has 600,000 Bitcoin.
Yep.
If the US government wants to get to 1 million Bitcoin, or Qatar, or UAE, or I don't know, UK, okay, and they say, I'm going to buy 1 million Bitcoin in the open market. The UK buying 1 million Bitcoin, or the US buying, or China, Bitcoin's going $1 million. Whereas someone says, I can buy the US government might say, MicroStrategy has 600,000 of this already.
Yeah.
I'll pay 200% premium, and it was cheaper than paying $1 million per Bitcoin. So that's called a sovereign put.
Right.
Well, guess what? In the Ethereum world, because it's a staked token, if one of these treasury asset companies gets to 5% of ETH, they are hugely important to the ETH ecosystem.
100%. Yeah.
So then their multiple should go up because, Goldman Sachs, for instance, if they do a Goldman dollar and it runs on Ethereum, they want to make sure the Ethereum network is secured. So eventually they're going to be buying a lot of Ethereum.
Right.
But then the staked entity already has it. So maybe they'll just buy the staked entity.
Right.
So the staked entity has a Wall Street put.
Right.
Tom Lee, in that 7 minutes, made an incredible point, which I think went over even his own head, right? He said, as there is more network adoption and more people using stablecoins, which is a very clear trend right now in the institutional world, the gas fees for Ethereum is going to go up. And yes, hypothetically, this is amazing for current Ethereum holders and current Ethereum stakers. But you have to think about this, right? If the gas fees on Ethereum are anywhere near where they were in 21, where it costed literally $100 to send a single transaction, or in some cases even a lot more than that, well, what do you think is going to happen to all of these institutions which are trying to send microtransactions or just different type of transactions on the stablecoin ledger? It's not going to make sense for them to use it. Would you pay $100 to make a transaction which you could just tap on your card for basically nothing? Of course not, right? And so the Ethereum, while it is a solid technology, which was one of the first to actually introduce smart contracts in a very scalable way, it's not the end-all be-all. Today, there are better blockchains with better technology that exist that can do what Ethereum does, but even better and for cheaper, and that are much more scalable. Now, one prime example of this is HBAR. Another one is going to be XRP very soon once they have that interoperability and smart contract functionality figured out. And others like Solana and BNB are also pretty decent options that are certainly better than Ethereum in many different capacities as well. And so what I am predicting is going to happen is Ethereum will see a lot of adoption. And Tom Lee may be right. Ethereum might hit $10,000 per coin. But after we get a ton of network activity, all of these institutions are going to realize something. This blockchain, it's too slow, it's too costly, we need something that's better. And that's when we're going to see a ton of institutions start to flow over to XRP, to BNB, and other blockchains where it's cheaper, it's faster, and it's more efficient for them to do their business. And that's where I am going to be betting big on projects like HBAR and XRP, because frankly speaking, I think that they are very uniquely positioned, and I think that they will take the majority of this capital during this period because, well, they have the infrastructure to support it, and they are built for that type of institutional scalability in mind. Ethereum, not so much. Ethereum was more so focused on decentralized technologies, which, don't get me wrong, that is an amazing solution, but it's not what these institutions are looking for. And I think those trillions of dollars Tom Lee was talking about in the stablecoin market will not all be happening on Ethereum. And I think over the next 10 years, the majority of it will actually be happening outside of Ethereum. It's just going to take time for the world to understand how these technologies work and where they should be using these technologies. But we will see how this plays out. I think there's a lot to look forward to here. There's a lot of amazing technologies being built, and any institutional adoption will help all of the boats rise in cryptocurrency together as more liquidity flows in and carries everyone up. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm going to be trading based off of a lot of what's happening here in these markets, and none other than my own private group, which you guys can join completely for free. Now, please note, I don't provide financial advice. In my group, I just post my trades where some community members look at those trades and they either copy them or they do their own trades based off of that information. What you guys do is completely up to you guys. It's your responsibility to make your own choices. I don't provide financial advice, but I do post my trades in there, and I've been doing incredibly well. Okay, I've had some months where I was up 400% on my trades, and there are plenty of people who were also up on that as well because they had access to my entries, my exits, and all of my trading history, right? So with that being said, to get access, all you need to do is step one, sign up to one of my partnered exchanges with my referral links, BTCC, great options. Then you deposit, and then you submit your email and exchange user ID, and I'll get you access to my Discord. Please note, I am partnered with these two exchanges here. That's why I use them. Frankly speaking, I've been using them for a long time, and they eventually approached me. And I was like, okay, this is no-brainer for me. I love these products. Of course, I will represent them, and so that's why these are the two that I chose, basically. So with that being said, smash the like button, subscribe, join Crypto Crusaders if you want to be part of our community. I'll see you guys in the Discord or the Telegram. Much love. Peace out.
Stablecoins really operate off a layer one. So, a lot of Circle operates off Ethereum. And if you look at the tech stack, typically, the more you get into that layer one, sort of level, the higher the multiple should be for the business, because it actually benefits from the multiple applications sitting on top of it. Yeah, so on that same metric, Ethereum should have a staking yield. The yield should, if the enterprise, Ethereum should have a much higher multiple. And so I asked that to Sean Farrell. He said, if you do the rough math, that you get Ethereum would be very undervalued if you were looking at Circle relative to layer one. So that's why Ethereum probably could go to 10,000 or something. If the world suddenly realized we're going to tokenize more things, and like these tokenized assets, like tokenized dollars trade at 100 times EBITDA, what should the blockchain be valued at? So then suddenly ETH should maybe be worth a lot more money.
And much like Ethereum, XRP also is a cryptocurrency that has a ton of stablecoin adoption that's happening on a massive scale, and is also going to be opening itself up to interoperability, meaning it's going to be able to communicate with all the other different blockchains in the entire ecosystem of cryptocurrency, which means I think that XRP is also extremely undervalued when we factor in what Tom Lee was just talking about. But Tom Lee is going to have a bunch of other incredible things to say. He basically talks about a lot of these layer one cryptocurrencies and the new gold rush, which is going to be happening in his point of view based off of what he's seen in the markets. And I think this is incredibly cool and something that you guys are going to be very interested in, especially if you hold any of these awesome layer one projects like XRP, like HBAR, like Ethereum, Solana, BNB, and many others who are very well and uniquely positioned to take over a large part of layer one development and real world asset tokenization, especially the projects that are focused on real world asset tokenization, cross-border payments. They have a lot to gain from a lot of what Tom Lee is going to talk about in today's video. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Smash that like button so everyone can see this in the XRP army.
The death toll from flooding in Texas has now surpassed 100 people.
Police say at least 104 people have died, and that includes 28 children. This is time-lapse video showing just how fast the floodwaters rose when the rain started on Friday. The Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes. Much of that water has yet to recede.
The death toll from flooding in Texas has now surpassed.
Dad, I'm Bud.
Let's count.
Hello, everyone. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Come on in. We have a virtual court hearing coming up. The case of the United States of America versus Sean P. Diddy Combs. Continuous coverage of this racketeering case that Diddy kind of beat, though he was convicted of some minor charges when it comes to the Mann Act. We've been covering this trial, the twists and turns of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. 35 days, I believe, we had with this trial. Ultimately, the most serious charges, Diddy, of racketeering and sex trafficking. Not guilty. However, 2 counts of Mann Act violations, transportation of prostitutes over interstate lines, transporting prostitutes. He is convicted of that, faces up to 20 years in federal prison. Unclear how much time Diddy's going to get. Virtual hearing. Now, this is going to be interesting, and we are going to cover the virtual hearing that's coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern. It seems like there is some agreement here between the prosecution and the defense in reference to the sentencing. Today will not be sentencing. The discussion will be about the sentencing and other matters. But sentencing will not happen today. And we were wondering over the weekend, hey, is it possible that he gets sentenced today? And it's unlikely because they're the PSI. He's going to have to get a PSI, pre-sentence investigation. They put the sentencing October 3rd, 2025, just like around the time we discussed during the course of the trial. Sentencing would be in October sometime, 3 months, 4 months out. For probation to do a pre-sentence investigation. It'll be the probation. It'll be the United States Probation Department, which is technically a separate entity from the prosecution. They will be doing a PSI. As we heard during the case of the trial, the defense wanted Diddy released from prison and also wanted that judge ultimately denied that because of factors into play. Diddy's violence, some of the victims were speaking out, dangerous, saying he's a danger to the community and whatnot. The judge ultimately held him pending sentencing, though the judge said, as the defense wanted to expedite the sentencing forward. And it seems like we have a possible agreement here. Now, whether the judge agrees with that or not, that's another story. September 22nd, 2025. That appears to be an agreement between the prosecution and defense. And I think ultimately the judge will agree with this sentencing. It allows the PSI, pre-sentence investigation report, to happen, which takes time. It takes time. Now, we'll get that information hopefully here within the next, starting in the next 25 minutes. Inner City Press and other media outlets are going to be in the courtroom. It's an interesting court hearing today. It's virtual. So none of the parties will be present. I don't think we'll have media cameras outside of the courthouse like we've done during this trial. Hey, I see a lot of the familiar faces in the chat. Welcome back, everyone. How is everyone doing? How's everyone doing now that this is, less than a week, but it happened last week. How's everyone feeling today with this verdict? Happy, not happy? Some people are saying it was the right call. Other people saying too light. I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination. I know that we watched. Hello, everyone from around the world. I know we watched the defense, the line of defense outside that courthouse, victory, patting everyone back. They claim it's a victory. I'm not so sure it's a victory. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the, in a bit. I still think Diddy faces a amount of trouble here. And I don't think the judge is just going to give him a slap on the wrist. I really don't think Diddy's going to get a slap on the wrist here. Maybe he does. Now, as far as time, what the sentence should be on the 2 counts of Mann Act, obviously 10 years per count. He's convicted 2 counts, statute maximum 20 years. I think it's 100% unlikely that he'll get the 20 years. Prosecution has indicated that the guidelines for the Mann Act is 51 to 63 months. The defense feels it's 21 to 27 months. So they're definitely apart here. They're apart here. 21 to 27 months. Do the math. A little under 2 years to 2.5 years. Prosecution saying 4 to 5 years. So pretty much in a nutshell, the prosecution wants double of what the defense of the guidelines what the defense claims. The defense claims the Mann Act because it was a sole Mann Act without particularly the conviction of coercion, fraud, and that the guideline should be 21 to 27 months. However, the Mann Act, when it comes to coercion, which is a big thing that we've been talking about during this trial, the guideline should be 51 to 63 months. Ultimately, that will, be up to the judge in reference to the time. Now, what we do know is the judge did not take, the defense's suggestion that he's a changed man, he's not a threat to society, he should be released. His jet is away from him. He's not going to run. He's a public figure. He'd be a fool to run. And, he's only facing a year at the most. Additionally, the judge didn't really buy that and kept him here. So that's a sign to me, feeling like the judge is going to go pretty hard on him and maybe go we're leaning more towards where the prosecution's at. I say that because there's victims that are apparently writing to the judge, and the judge might be talking about that today, about the letters the judge has received. And just the advocacy groups, the groups out there are just saying, this was a slap in the face to DV victims of sex trafficking, and he should be punished to the full extent of the law. And I can't see how a federal judge, just based off the totality of this, and the judge, even though he got off on the RICO, which is almost like impossible, I'm shocked that he got off on RICO. I'm sure a lot of you were shocked too. I think the judge listened to all the victims, listened to the whole case, and the judge has probably in his mind thinks that Diddy beat this case, but he's not going to beat the sentencing. He might have got lucky with a jury. Now, some people say it's a jury. Some people are putting out jury nullification, the makeup of the jurors. We listened to this case. It's pretty extreme, very graphic, very detailed. I believe it was a RICO. I 100% will continue to say, I believe that he committed RICO and the government proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I really do, in sex trafficking and whatnot. Our opinions don't necessarily matter, but the judge evaluated, I believe, that in factoring in whether to let him out. And he did. The judge didn't let Diddy in. So I feel like Diddy's going to sit for a while. I really do. I really do think Diddy's going to sit for a while. Though it is a sign of a relief where he doesn't get a life sentence. He's not getting a life sentence on this indictment. I say on this indictment. He maybe beat this indictment, but he might have some problems. Let me just say, the talk on the streets, the street talk is Diddy's facing some other problems in other jurisdictions. He might, who knows, get indicted in another jurisdiction. Southern District of Florida, where Star Island is, 2-star, or Central District of California, the federal court's there, Los Angeles. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if they actually have a agreement between the parties, like maybe a middle ground. This is the time, a lot of times, where the judge encourages the parties, the defendants, lawyers, and the AUSA, the prosecution office, to find a solution here or come to a middle ground, or come up with a somewhere where stipulation, some sort of agreement here between the parties of what the sentencing could be. And it very well could be split through the middle. I could say that it's I would be shocked, but I was shocked that he got acquitted on Diddy or on RICO. So who knows? I'll be shocked if the judge gives him that 21 months. And I'd be shocked if the judge goes any lower than 21 months. That's pretty much not happening here at all. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's all types of rumors and speculations out there. Some people are saying Comey specifically sabotaged the case. There's unanswered questions. How in the heck can you bring a RICO case up with no other co-defendants? Nobody. There were so many other co-defendants out there, purportedly, KK, the bodyguards, but you didn't bring none of them up. You didn't think that Gina was going to, what's up with Gina? You bring a case and then you were supposed to bring Gina and Gina didn't come? You mean to tell me that the prosecution, based off all these lawsuits out there, the 60 plus lawsuits, a lot of lawsuits out there, that you couldn't bring more victims to, make the case more solid? The federal government, the big bad federal government, supposed to have a 97% conviction rate. By the way, that conviction rate stays on here because he did get convicted. He's culpable. He's culpable. They might not have got that home run, grand slam, all conviction on all 5 charges, but they got a conviction. They got him. They got him. The feds own Diddy in a sense right now. They own him right now. But to me, it was like maybe a single. They came and they ended up with a single or a double. We'll say double because two convictions. But you had all this. You had all this totality of evidence. Some people say the prosecution did not present it right or didn't really go gung-ho on him. Remember, folks, changes of administration too. A lot of these AUSA's office, the different districts turnover because of presidencies and whatnot, different philosophies or not. Who knows? We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. Look at the guidelines on the side here. So this is a base level Mann Act. Mann Act. 24. But all these enhancements, numbers, I've been telling you all throughout this case, he doesn't get, if he got convicted, he doesn't get sentenced that day. A pre-sentence investigation comes. It's the federal sentencing guidelines. It's a sheet of guidelines. It's a numbers game. And it's all about the numbers. There'll be number crunching. And they'll try to figure out what level Diddy is on the federal sentencing guidelines, 1 through 43. And then the criminal history points, Diddy doesn't have extensive criminal record, so I would assume he's category 1. But where's he at? Is he at level 24, like the prosecution says? Prosecution says he's level 24, 51 to 63 months, because the Mann Act was revolving around coercion, fraud, and that sort of enhanced activity. The defense feels like he's at level 16 because he didn't get convicted of the sex trafficking, the RICO with force and coercion. Therefore, the Mann Act on that aspect of just the single 2 counts puts him at level 16. So it'll be an argument. It will be up to what the judge feels like it is. But also, folks, we haven't really factored in. Though the prosecution said 51 to 63 months, that is just the base level of what he did and what he got convicted of. There is also called relevant conduct. There's also called enhancements. And there's a bunch of numbers. And the numbers of the enhancements, technically, yeah, they can't use the RICO stuff against them and use the sex trafficking stuff against them. However, when it comes to relevant conduct, they actually can put some points up. And that will be up to the probation department that does the PSI, the pre-sentence investigation. So what we're going to hear today is a sentencing date. It appears to be that date that we said on the 22nd of September. And then Diddy will go back to the Metropolitan Detention Center. At that point, the PSI people, which is an independent, it's the probation department. It's the federal probation department that does the pre-sentence investigation. So the probation officers, they also do PSIs, right? So they'll do their assessment. They'll come up with all these numbers. They'll talk to the victims. They'll get all the case file and everything like that. They'll understand it. They'll hear the defendant's version. The defendant gets a right to say. So the PSI people will come up to the Metropolitan Detention Center. They'll bring Diddy down. Diddy will sit in a holding tank with his lawyers present. And he can decide to give a statement to the PSI people. He might have to give limited stuff. And they'll ask him. And then the PSI people will come up with a report. And before sentencing, a little bit before sentencing, both parties, prosecution and the defense, will get this PSI report, and then they can iron out whether it's legit or not, or if they agree or they disagree with it. Sometimes between the parties agree with the range that the probation department does on the PSI. Most of the time they don't. As you know here, it clearly shows that the defense is feeling like 21 to 27 months, and their whole thing is, he's a changed man. He learned his lesson. He sat in jail. He's older now. He had time to reflect. He's different. This is just single prostitution, as you heard in the bail application. It's not a prosecutable crime in the District of New York or Los Angeles where these crimes allegedly occurred. Therefore, he should get low end of the guidelines. And then the prosecution will most likely say fraud and coercion over state lines, violence, and all that stuff that all these victims have testified during the course of the trial. I won't repeat it. You know what it is. You know what it is. So then you got, between the thing, and then they figure out where this number is. All about the numbers game. Now the judge will see it, and even though they might have an agreement where they're in a certain guideline range, it's guideline range. It's like something to something months. Lower the sentence, the guideline range is like more, closer together, like 21 to 27 months. On Diddy's side, that they feel that's 6 months different. So it can go 6 months either way. As you know, 51 to 63 months, that's 8. That's 8. So as you go up higher, it spreads out. For instance, when I was in the situation, my guideline range was 100 to 125 months. So it was a guideline range literally of 2 years. The higher you go up, the more it spreads out. Ultimately, I got 125 months, top end of the guidelines. Judge didn't like me. Shout out to Melinda Harmon out there. Melinda Harmon, federal judge, Houston, H-Town. Anyway, so that's what it's going to be about. We'll see. We'll see. And then ultimately, then the judge has the decision to either agree with the guideline range or disagree. Even though they set a guideline range, the judge can do downward departure, which the judge feels like, okay. If the guidelines are technically 51 to 63 months, like the prosecution said, I feel like it's more we will depart down, we'll go down farther towards where the defense is at in that 21, 27 months range, or go in between 21 and 27 months and 51 and 63 months. I'll just put the number out there. 3 years in that range. I'll give you 36 months. Or the judge could be like, look, I know I've been watching this trial for 7 weeks. I've listened to everything, the totality. You're a despicable man. This does not reflect the seriousness of what you did. I'm going to enhance you, and I'm going to give you higher than what the prosecution has recommended. They do that. Don't get it twisted, folks. They do that. The judges do that in some of the cases, particularly some of these terrorism cases. So a lot of times in the fraud case, when it comes to base level, because, fraud cases go by dollar amount. But okay, let me just give you an example. In a fraud case, somebody might steal $1 million from one person. And there's a guideline range for that, but they were like, well, you stole $1 million from one person, might give you lower. But then somebody might steal 100,000 from 100 different people. And the judge was like, look, you scammed 100 different people and only 100,000. However, what you did was bigger damage because there was more victims and more involved. Therefore, I'm going to sentence you higher than what that guideline range. We just don't know. We don't know if the judge has been compromised. We don't know what the judge's position here, but the power is within the federal judges. Now, me and Magnolia have been discussing this case. There has been people out there that have been coming out saying Diddy's going to face more charges in other jurisdictions. And I kind of want to believe that I kind of believe based off all those drugs, guns, prescriptions, bullets, weaponry from these residents. You could get them on an 841 right there. You can get them on 921G right there on a single count. Guns or drugs in each location. I think there's a strong possibility that the government's like, ha, we'll get the last laugh. We'll get the last laugh here. And what will happen is we'll accept whatever sentence. He'll get a sentence here, but it'll kind of be like a holder to hold him in custody until another indictment pops up somewhere else. And he never gets out. Because I think the government itself came in with this, unless Comey and unless the team personally sabotaged this, to let, give them a chance to get out, to make it appear like it's justice for the victims and not. Government don't take L's. And, the way I'm seeing it is they were gung-ho as if they were going to put this guy behind prison the rest of his life. I think they might be continuing to do that. Not in the Southern District of New York, SDNY, but in other jurisdiction. And I would not be shocked if there's another indictment popping up. P. Diddy comes with. People can get indicted in multiple jurisdictions. You can get indicted in all over the place. One jurisdiction. They all can take a crack at that apple. He loves apples. Everyone can take a bite of the apple with Diddy. So we shall see. We shall see what ultimately happens with that. If he, I feel like he's going to do time. Now, I can understand the defense's position to expedite this sentencing. They want to get quicker. Reason being, they might know that he might be doing a little time. They could try to ask for the position time served. He served 10 months. It'd be a waste of judicial resources if his guideline range is 21, 27 months to put him incarcerated at another, another year or two at another prison. Just give him house arrest. Give him some halfway house. But they want to get him out. The point is they want to get him out of that MDC. Either home, house arrest, or in a low facility. Because now the conviction, we all talked about this case, the maximum security prison he would have went to in a RICO. 100%. If he was convicted of RICO, he would have been in ADX, Florence, Colorado, or some sort of SHU, protective custody unit in one of these higher security prisons. He would never go to a low. He would never go to a camp, and most likely not even go to a medium. They're not really going to put him up there. But now that he's facing, even if you want to go with the prosecution, the judge doesn't go above that, what their take is at 5 years, it's going to be in a camp. He's going to a camp. If he gets that 5 years or less, he's going to a camp. That's where he's going. He's going to a cushy camp. Fort Dix, Danbury. I mean, there's a whole bunch of places up in the Northeast. What's that place in Raybrook camps? There's all types of places all over the place. Connecticut, there's all types of places. Pennsylvania, they got all types of camps all around. Pennsylvania got a lot of federal prisons. They'll probably keep them pretty close to New York. I would say Fort Dix. Fort Dix, pretty big camp. Fort Dix in Jersey. Who knows? They want to get him out of it. They want to get him out of the MDC. At least it's better conditions because he's been sitting in solitary confinement. Have you seen the Epstein surveillance that just came out the other day with the Epstein situation? Same thing. The cell that you saw with Epstein where they showed the surveillance. Similar. That's the similar conditions that Diddy is, in. He's in a room, doesn't come out, controlled movement, comes out, might go to a rec cage, might get let out to go see his lawyers or go to the law library, religious services maybe, or medical. But other than that, he's in his cell multiple times a day. And there's orderlies there, that go around and fish things under his door, probably give him magazines. There's reports that inmates were actually cheering. Like they gave him a standing ovation when he came back from the MDC. What are we waiting for? We are waiting for, this is what we're doing, folks. We are going to monitor to see what the judge says today. This is a sentencing status. It's not a sentencing hearing today, but a status on the date where he should be sentenced. And I believe they came up with an agreement, and the judge is going to agree with this. I believe, unless they're scheduling him from, scheduling. Could have scheduling stuff going on with all of that. But like a sentencing date of September 22nd. And they wrote to the judge. This would be from Attorney Mark, his lead attorney. There was a letter. It says, Dear Judge, Subramanian, the parties have met and conferred and have agreed to the following schedules for sentencing, post-verdict motions, and submissions of offense conduct to the probation department or probation office. Now, very first line there, it's crazy because a lot of people might not necessarily know about federal law I don't knock anyone for not knowing about federal law, because even I don't even know everything about the federal law, so because it's so complex under Title 18. But people said the first sentence, oh, see, probation office. Diddy's getting probation. Diddy's getting probation. That's not what that means. It means that the probation department is the one that do the pre-sentence investigation. Diddy getting probation from this case is slim to none. For sentencing, the defense proposes that the probation office provide the parties with a pre-sentence investigation report on or before September 5th, because that will give them time to iron it out. That the defense sentencing memorandum and objections to the PSR be filed on or before September 8th. So both parties, PSI gets done. People get the copy of the PSI September 5th, and then they have a couple days after that to review it and object. That the government's sentencing memoranda and objections to the PSR be filed on or before September 15th, and that the sentencing hearing take place on September 22nd, 2025. The government does not object to this schedule, subject to the consent of the United States Probation Office, the people that will be doing the PSI. For post-verdict motions, the party proposed that the defense file any post-verdict motions on or before July 30th, 2025, and the government respond on or before August 20, 2025. So that makes me feel like the defense also is going to file some appeals. Some appeals. Why not? He got convicted of lesser charges. Got nothing to lose there. Why not? So I expect some appeals or some sort of appellate issues to be presented by the defense by July 30th. Finally, the government requests that it be permitted to submit its summary of offense conduct on or before July 11th, 2025. And the defense does not object. We appreciate the court's consideration. So we got that September 22nd. But again, we'll see where everyone's at. They're all going to object. I don't think there's going to be agreement between the parties. I want to say, though, this is some stuff that people are not talking about. Forfeiture under the Mann Act. The government can forfeiture certain property belonging to Diddy. Will that be the entire Bad Boy Enterprises? I don't know. Could they forfeiture vehicles, his plane, anything that facilitated or helped transport these victims, prostitutes, over interstate lines? But they can forfeiture things. We just don't know can they take his home away? If they say, the Mann Act was committed inside his Star Island home, or the Mann Act was committed inside his Mapleton, Los Angeles home, does that give the prosecution the right to seek forfeiture under the Mann Act? You can get forfeiture. So that remains to be seen. Another thing other people ain't talking about is supervised release. No matter what the sentence here is, whatever Diddy gets, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, or on, up to 20, supervised release is mandatory and will follow. Meaning, I doubt the judge is going to give him 1 year of supervised release. That is not happening, though it can, but those have to be for very minor offenses. This is a big case. He is going to most likely be given 3 to 5 years supervisory. That's probation. It's supervisory. It's different than probation, but it's similar to probation. So whatever time he gets, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, up to 5 years, it's going to be followed by 3 to 5 years of supervised release. So with that being said, there is a strong possibility with just these two convictions that Diddy could get 5 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release, or 3 years of supervised release. The feds could technically own Diddy for 7 to 10 years. Own him. You're under us. We own you. We control your movements, supervised release. You don't want to play around with them. It's they can prohibit you from doing. They can do their standard conditions. There's like 10 standard conditions, and then they have all types of special conditions. They can tell him limit his travel. He has to get permission before he travels. Has to stay away from known felons, stay away from people involved with criminal activity, be truthful and honest with the probation officer. There's just so many stuff. I was on that before. I had good relationships with my people, though. It kind of let me do what I wanted to do. Work hard. They will reward you. They want to see people. It's probation, they actually supervise release people. Kudos to the probation officers out there on federal level. I've really never had a problem, and I have quite a few of them, shift around. They were always cool. They want you to succeed. They really do. They really want you to succeed. He could be owned by the federal government for minimal of, say for instance, he gets 1 more year. He's already spent 10 months, and say you are going to go at the low end of the guidelines and give him 21 months. Doubt it, but we'll just say another year followed by 3 years of supervised release. The feds would own Diddy for 4 more years at the minimum. At the minimum, I can't see him getting 1 year supervised release. So 3 years supervised release, the 1 more year that he has to do, that's 4 years. 4 years is 4 years. If the feds owning Diddy for 10 years, up to 10 years with the supervised release, when you violate the condition, they can revoke your supervised release and you go and serve your time in federal prison. It's a very strong possibility. But they own him. They own him. And they also, limit his travel, limit his movement. They might go to his house every day. Probation officer check his home, make sure he doesn't have high heels, make sure, he might be banned from having Astroglide. And I don't say that being funny, but they might say, hey, you have to limit your baby oil purchases while on supervisory. You can't buy baby oil. No, I'm serious. That could be a crazy condition, but considering that, he uses baby oil and Astroglide to have the freak offs, they might tell him, while you're on supervised release, you are prohibited from going to from hoarding baby oil and hoarding Astroglide. No Astroglide. And if you do, you could get violated. We'll see. Or high heels. No high heels. Definitely no guns. I think you have to surrender your passport. International travel on supervised release doesn't happen. Rarely. Unless you're from another country and you got family overseas, whatever like that. Most people in the United States citizens asked to travel, and I tried to do it. I tried to go to like different countries and stuff while on supervised release. They just don't do it. They don't do it. They don't let you travel overseas. This is the letter. We discussed this letter already. Forfeiture, restitution, supervised release, fines. Don't forget about the fines, though the fines is kind of like nothing to Diddy. I want to know about the supervised release. I want to know about the forfeiture, how much, would actually be taken from him. Would they take away Bad Boy Enterprises? Would they prohibit him? Considering that the RICO is technically Bad Boy Enterprises, would they prohibit him from making music with Bad Boy Enterprise while on supervised release? He's getting supervised release. They can tell you based off a job, there's a stipulation in supervised release. If you were involved in a certain career and your conviction is centered around that career or that job, they will prohibit you from working at that time. For instance, if you were a bank teller and you stole from a bank and you went to federal prison, you got out, you embezzled from your company, the supervised release, the probation department will say you can't work in that field. You can't work in that field. Now, another thing that's interesting too is I know some people in the chat are like, is he going to get released today? There could be a possibility that his lawyers today raise the issue to be released on bond again, even though the judge denied it again. Different situations you can keep raising. There's no really, if there's different circumstances, you can continue to raise bond. That was like, he struck out 4 times. He asked for bond 4 times already in this case and got denied, but he can technically keep asking for bonds. There's little sneaky ways you can keep doing it. That will be interesting too. Hey, judge, he's having pre-existing health conditions. He's going through things. This is a minor case. Death in his family. Something going on. Problems. Judge, we're asking you to release him on bond today. Always a possibility. We shall see. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Just kind of giving you all the scenarios and situations. And what type of scenarios. And we'll see what happens here. Mann Act, 18 U.S.C. 2421 conviction, whether his guidelines are 51 to 63 months or 21 to 27 months. That will be interesting to know. All right, so let's see what we got here. Inner City Press. We'll see what's being said here. There might be something going on. Is the hearing already over? It's quite possible the hearing might already be over. New letter suggests. Now, the Inner City Press just put something out a few minutes ago. And it says, new letter suggests October 3rd for sentencing. Let me just see something here. Let me just go with here. There's a new letter today. So we're going to get this new letter up that was just submitted. There is a new letter. Combs' lawyer submitted one letter, then a second. The deputy said the judge will get back in writing. We might even be adjourned already, which is interesting. Something else just got submitted just a few minutes ago. So we're going to get this. I'm going to read over this, get this up on the screen. Weird circumstances. This virtual hearing might already be over. And the judge is going to have to review this. So let me just try to understand this. I mean, is that it? Is that it? Is that all we got here? Nothing exciting today on Sean P. Diddy Combs. So, Mark, Sean, is that you? Yes. Where are you? In my office. Is the government? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's they had a virtual hearing on some sort of teleconference. Mark said, Sean, is that you? Combs is like, yes. Where are you? In my office. Deputy, is the government on? Yes. Beyond the letter, anything? No. Deputy, we'll get back in writing. Adjourned. That's it. That's it. Wow. Quick hearing. That took the hearing is over, folks. That's it. I thought we were going to get some sort of ironing things out. Missy, thank you for the gifted membership. Hey, Charlie. Nice to see you, Charlie. Nice to see you, Charlie. Missy with the gifted membership. Charlie. They love Charlie. Back in the house. Patty. Hello. Chrissy Floyd. Thank you for being a member. Witty said, maybe he's just innocent, bozo. Witty called me a bozo. Said, maybe he's just innocent. He's not innocent. He got convicted. He's not innocent. Okay, so we got a letter. Magnolia will get that up on the screen shortly. This new letter. Now defense letter suggests October 3 for sentencing. The first letter had September 22nd. The judge will issue a written ruling. So take it under advisement. And it was just presented to the deputy. That's very, very strange. How do we go from October 3rd to September 22nd to back to October 3rd? Mark writes this letter that got submitted today. Dear Judge, the parties have met and conferred and have agreed to the following schedules for sentencing, post-verdict motions, and submission of offense conduct to the probation office. For sentencing, the parties proposed the court's original date of October 3rd. The defense proposes that the probation office provide the parties with a pre-sentence investigation, PSR, on or before August 29th. That the defense objects to the PSR be filed on or before September 5th. And the government objects to the PSR be filed on or before September 12th. That the probation disclosed their final PSR on September 18th, that the defense sentencing memorandum be filed on or before September 19th, and that the government's sentencing memorandum be filed on September 26, 2025. So just a chain of events. You get it. You gotta object, file all that. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. For post-verdict motions, the parties propose that the defense file any post-verdict motions on or before July 30th. So that stays the same. And the government responds on or before August 20th. Allergies. Finally, the government requests that it be permitted to submit its summary of offense conduct on or before July 11th. And the defense does not object. We appreciate the court's consideration. So what's up? What has changed? What has changed just from the other day from an old letter? They're like going back to square one. But that's where we got. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Thank you again, Missy, for the gifted membership. One gifted membership. Again, Missy in the house. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's where we're at. So, nothing new to exciting on that aspect. And that was just a quick, we are adjourned. Now, let me look at Intercity Press to get a little follow-up here and see if he says anything. But most of the people are responding. That's it. Some people are in the chat feeling like Diddy's going to get off easy. Why does this defense now want to have it October 3rd? Do they need more time? Do they want to say that, I'm thinking for strategic reasons, they might say, well, Your Honor, he's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center for over a year. Year and a day. There's a lot of this year and a day talk so he can get the good time. Remember, they'll probably be pushing for a sentence. Oh, by the way, they might not just say time served, but they might ask for a year and a day. In the federal level, you'll hear a lot, year and a day. Look it up. If you get a year or less in federal prison, you don't get good time. You do not, you have to actually serve you have to be sentenced to over a year to get the 54-day good time. So a lot of lawyers will argue for a year and a day, because if they get a year and only a year, you spend the entire year. But if you get a year and a day, they could technically say, well, he served over a year and a day, which he would get additionally another 54 days, which would take him up to 14 months, 15 months, plus halfway house would take you close to the low end of the 21 to 27. That's the only strategic reason why I feel like they pushed that sentencing back to October 3rd. Remember, the judge said he considers Diddy a danger, right? Pretty much. Will he get the max? Chef Jordan. Let's talk about the chef. We played a video just 2 days ago with the chef, Jordan Atkinson, one of the key witnesses in this case. She actually spoke on Instagram. We wanted to play this during our live just to show you what the chef, she was supposed to be a witness. She was supposed to come in within the first week and a half. And then suddenly she got scrapped. Now, some people say she got scared. Other people think that she's not credible. She got issues going on. A lot of people believe her and wanted her to come on, but she has spoken. But I want to play the chef. So let's get the chef up and we'll listen to the chef, Chef Jordan.
Hey, it's me again. I just wanted to address a few things because I know that it's been very confusing to see my initial post about my reaction to the verdict and me saying that I was afraid. And I'd like to explain that, yes, being contacted by the federal government is terrifying. The fact that their visit happens on March 20th, and by April 4th, really, I was made aware that Sean Combs already knew about that visit, even though I declined to speak to the feds when they came. That's why I was served with the grand jury subpoena. So my thing is everyone's like, oh, that's not witness tampering, that his lawyers were trying to pay your legal fees. Now riddle me this. If someone has assaulted you in the past and they threatened your life because you know about them brutally assaulting the person that they are with, that's at the center of the case, why would you be offering to pay my legal fees? Riddle me that, okay? And I wasn't responding. So there are text messages, and I do have voicemails from that lawyer too, because they were trying to reach me. Now, in the interim of me not responding, my car was mysteriously broken into. It's a smash and grab in this city, but my car, the alarm system was disabled, and the contents of my glove compartment and my middle console, everything that was identifying me was taken out and neatly placed on my passenger seat like a serial killer. And I immediately filed a police report and stated in that police report that the feds were at my house 2 weeks before, and that I believe that this was witness tampering and intimidation. And I still do believe it. So for everyone saying, oh, he's not thinking about you, oh, he's not going to do anything to you, oh, nothing's going to happen to you, oh, you're being dumb because now you're saying where you're at. He knows where I'm at. He been knew where the fuck I was at. So there's those details. And maybe that's the only thing where anything to do with me and I have to say is alleged, because I don't have proof that he made people do that. And I believe that he did because he wanted to control my interview with the government. Like Jane. What else? All these men that are stepping up now and that are saying, oh, you know, it was just a little prostitution. Oh, it was just a little this. Oh, it was just a little drugs. If you have to pump people full of drugs for them to participate in sexual activities that you want to do, that is coercion. And I don't think that they wanted to do it. And for multiple women over decades to have said that he raped them, I believe them. I know Cassie. She said it happened. I believe her. I know Mia. She said it happened. I believe her. Kat, my friend, said it happened. I believe her. And in some of the documentaries, there's a common thread. None of these women had spoke to each other. You want to know what the common thread is? Is that his eyes turned black and he looked like a demon. And so I believe that he was doing these things when he was out of his mind because he was a drug addict. Because he was a drug addict. He is a drug addict. Yeah. And so a lot of the verbal abuse and tantrums that us employees that were dealing with him quietly and silently were due to his drug abuse because he was a fucking drug addict. A high functioning drug addict. And then it's like, oh, why are you guys saying something now? And because I can now. Because I can now. And you know what? And I just don't care no more. And And he's getting away with everything that he's done for decades. And all of these men that keep trying to pacify the behavior, y'all are predators too. So if you gotta pump women full of drugs so that you can have sex with them, you're a fucking predator, okay? So yeah. So I just wanted to get that off of my chest too. Let me see. What else do I want to get off of my chest? Multiple executives over decades have helped cover up crimes, okay? And it should have been focused on them because the reality is nobody values women. Nobody cares about what was happening to them. Abuse apparently doesn't matter. When you pump people full of drugs to get them to do what they want to do, apparently they were doing it because they wanted to. No, but if the focus would have stayed on all the executives, I don't know why this wasn't presented. I don't know. Not my case. And that's what my lawyer had to keep telling me. So it's like, why didn't you testify? Why didn't you testify? Because I freaked out on them. Because I told them, literally, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it because I don't know what you guys are doing. And so, yeah, just wanted to clear that up. And I understand that you guys don't really understand sex work. And there is a lot of nuances. And listen, people's sexual kinks is not the problem. But when you have to beat people into a submission, that is the problem, okay? I don't know how nobody understands this, but I stand with victims, and yeah, and I want to like move forward, but I just don't understand. You guys don't know Cassie. I believe that she was raped. You don't know Mia. I do. I believe she was raped. You don't know Kat. I know her. I believe she was raped. He's a fucking rapist. And so I don't care. That's what I believe. Have a great day, everyone. Fuck.
Okay, so that is Chef Jordan Atkinson, Diddy's first celebrity client, right? Or Magnolia put that up. Her first celebrity. Whoa. Sidebar. I just want to put out other information here too, folks. Could Diddy's fortune be at risk? And it says Combs has been sued by multiple people who claim they've been victims of physical or SA. He has already paid $20 million to Cassie. Most of the lawsuits, though, are still pending. And it isn't clear how many, if any, will be successful or how much it will cost Combs to defend himself in court. I will just say, if you're being sued 60 times, or you're just getting your lawyers to handle all of them in just one batch here, or one at a time, and just say, hey, I'm going to pay this lawyer $10 million for one retainer to handle everything, or does the lawyers, do each and every one? That remains to be seen. That's going to cost a lot of money. Whether some of those lawsuits are successful or not, who knows? But I want to share something else that has been put out there. Federal prosecutors have informed the court that if Combs is convicted, they would seek to have him forfeit any assets, including properties used to commit or facilitate his crimes. It is not immediately clear following the verdict how prosecutors would proceed or whether asset forfeiture would be part of the sentence imposed by the judge. That you have to keep an eye out on, because it's possible things could be seized. We just don't know. So we'll leave it at that, folks. Sentencing October 3rd. Once these PSIs or any type of public information or court documents get shared, we will share here on JLR Investigates. We will follow this story. Someone with this case, very, very close, have reached out to us, and we're ironing out things and possibly getting that person on the channel. So stay tuned for that exclusive interview, possibly coming very, very soon. We appreciate everyone's support, everyone watching continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Anything else breaks on this case, you will definitely hear it here on JLR Investigates. Thanks for watching. We will be watching the sentencing and start to cover these civil suits as they pile up, whether it's against him, his children, certain people and his children, Christian, Justin being sued now, and some of these other celebrities too. So we got our eyes on the suit. Will anyone else be indicted? What happens with KK and D-Rock and Fahim, bodyguards? What happens to them now? Are the government going to proceed and indict them next? I will say this too. It is a strong possibility, folks, that they give Diddy a bunch of time. I'll just leave it at this. Just look up Rule 35. Rule 35. Similar to people that cooperate in federal cases, people before sentencing gets 5K1 substantial assistant cooperation. It is a very strong possibility, folks, that Diddy gets significant time here, and then they offer him cooperation under Rule 35 for a reduced sentence, because it's for people that already been sentenced but have information that can help the government in other cases. The question is, would they give Diddy a lot of time and then offer him a Rule 35 to tell on the others? Or Diddy himself, while he's serving years in prison, hey, Diddy, you got a 7-piece, you got a 5-piece here. Tell on KK and what she did and cooperate against KK. Cooperate against your bodyguards and we'll reduce your sentence. Get them convicted, get the RICO, and seize all the assets. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. We're in uncharted territory, but we are covering this for sure. Thanks for watching, folks. We'll talk soon. JLR Magnolia Investigates. Have a good day, everyone.
This is not what the trial was about. The trial was about RICO. The trial was about sex trafficking. The trial was about prostitution. In fact, the only reason Diddy got convicted was because it was interstate commerce. All the other male escorts that I've talked to, like for example, I talked to Don the dealer, who also had multiple sessions with Cassie. She said she was loving it. She was into it. She was setting the direction. This is really about the domestic violence. The domestic violence goes back past the statute of limitations.
You just made this grand conclusion that, the U.S. attorney talked to a few of these folks and decided they had no credibility. You were flat out wrong in that respect.
How am I wrong if none of them were used?
Decided is that there was nothing that happened.
Have you won a single lawsuit with any of these people you've represented? A single lawsuit?
Literally 30 days ago for $640 million, pal. So don't be telling me about winning lawsuits.
How many lawsuits have you won against Diddy and Jay-Z?
None have went to trial yet, knucklehead.
First came the verdict, now the fallout. Diddy could still face up to 20 years in a federal prison, but his sentence is likely to be much shorter than that. The defense is asking for less than 2 years. Federal prosecutors are facing criticism that they overreach with charges of sex trafficking and racketeering in a RICO case that never looked strong enough. There's competing claims, victim shaming, and that the Diddy trial is a definitive end for the Me Too era. So what went wrong? What happens next? And how will the hip-hop world be reshaped by a case that gripped the world? Just a moment, we'll hear from DJ Vlad, Tony Busby, and Esther Kraku. But first, I'm joined by Elizabeth Overson, known to many by her pseudonym of Karen Steffens, author of Video Vixens, who claimed she was gifted to Diddy in 2001 by a music executive. Well, welcome to Uncensored, Elizabeth. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
A lot of people are kind of aware of your history with Diddy, but for those who know nothing about it, how would you categorize your time with him?
My time with Sean was honestly pleasant in the beginning. To my recollection, the first time we met, we spent the night together, but he was a consummate gentleman with me in that evening, again, to my recollection. And every other time I saw him after that was in a group setting, so it was fine. The last time I saw him, however, things had taken a bit of a turn. It was after Confessions of a Video Vixen, my first book had been published, and he was seething when he saw me at Prince had a party at his house, and we were there, of course, before Prince died. And he was scowling at me the whole night, and I found it amusing. But he was obviously very angry with me by that point in our relationship.
Why was he so angry with you?
Well, 4 months before Confessions was published in 2005, we got a call from Sean's attorney. My attorney did. And Sean's attorney wanted to see the book before the book came out. Confessions of a Video Vixen was an embargoed book, so no one could see it. No one would even get it until the publication date, which is June 5th of that year. And so my attorney told his attorney that he could not get the book and that they would have to wait until the book came out like everyone else. And if they saw a problem in the book, that they were free to reach back out to us, sue us, whatever they felt was necessary. We knew that wouldn't happen because HarperCollins is the publisher of that book, as you know, is a News Corp entity, and those attorneys made sure it was vetted to the fullest so Sean could never sue, he could never raise any objection to it. And I think he always hated me after that because I left enough. I posed questions in that book that that I think sent certain people down the direction that leads us to where we are now.
Just explain that a little more. What were the questions you think that we're talking about?
Well, honestly, I'm just now getting context on a lot of the questions that I had then. After the trial gave me way more context. But just about, I think, his sexual proclivities and what we saw in hanging out with him, the kind of clubs he took us to, even conversations he and I had, one in particular where I didn't understand it at the time. And honestly, Piers, I'm getting new understanding about this line of questioning. I wrote about this in Confessions where my boyfriend and I at the time had gone to his home for New Year's Eve, Christmas, New Year's Eve kind of festivities. And he pulled me to the side and was just like, we're friends, right? We're friends. And I was like, yeah, we're friends. And like, we're good. And I'm like, yeah, we're good. And I couldn't figure out what he meant. And I wrote about this where I didn't know what he was talking about. And he just kind of went on to say, I have kids, I have a mom, and if anything got out, it would really hurt them. And I honestly, at that point in stage, did not know or remember what he was talking about. And so we just kind of laughed it off. Like, what's going on with him? And things that he said to my boyfriend, like, don't trust her. She might have her on video with, in precarious positions. And this is back before cell phone cameras. So I was just like, what video? I didn't understand any of it. Now after the trial and the things that have come out from the trial, this gives these conversations a lot more context. But at the time when Confessions came out, it did make us all wonder, what was he so afraid of? I didn't even know what I had seen or didn't see, or if there's something happened that I didn't remember from our time together. But he was very afraid that I would say something in the book. And honestly, I think he never contacted us back because what he thought I was going to say, I did not say, possibly because I didn't remember it.
What do you think he was fearful of you saying?
I have to be honest, Piers, in booking this time with you today, and your producer asked me to kind of send over some pages from the book. I hadn't read Confessions since I wrote it, and I read it for the audio version, and that was 2005. It's been 20 years since I've read this book. And in reading what I sent over, which is what I just described to you right now, I wonder a lot of things. He was so afraid that I knew something. And I was confused because the only time that we had together prior to this conversation was alone time at his home, wherein I felt we had a good time. I didn't know, he didn't come on to me. It was very platonic, I thought. So I was confused as to what was it? And so I have to admit, my mind kind of races now that I have more context of his proclivities and what he's capable of what he was so afraid of, what he thought I knew or what he thought I remembered.
I mean, in the book, you talk about the first time you met Diddy in a nightclub at 3 a.m. You said, right there in front of me, Diddy and Gotti, who was the Murder Inc. Records boss, Irv Gotti, made arrangements to send me to Diddy's house in 1 hour. It was 4 a.m. I turned up to Diddy's home in my SUV. There were security guards in the driveway, all dressed in dark suits with their hands in front of them. They had been expecting me. The things that went on when Gotti and I were together are almost unimaginable to me now. But in the haze of drugs and liquor, it all seemed all right. I was being used over and over again, man after man, all friends and acquaintances of Gotti's. I quickly became Gotti's showpiece. He would turn other people in the industry onto me. I was his party favor. Whenever there was anyone Gotti wanted to impress, he would send them to me and I'd take care of them. I mean, could it be that what Sean Combs was worried about was that he facilitated this very transactional relationship that you had with Irv Gotti. Is that part of this?
I don't think that was it. And honestly, I think it was more insidious than that. The fear, the fright that he had that during that conversation at his Miami home, back in whatever year that was, he seemed terrified that I had known something. And I just don't know what he thought I knew or remembered. The transactional nature of how we met, and which is why, I said in various interviews before that I was gifted to him, it was because no one asked me if I wanted to go. No one asked me. They talked about me as if I wasn't there. I was property to cart around. And that's what they did. If they would have asked me, I still would have gone. So I didn't hold any objection at the time because I would have still done it. Being 21 and it's Diddy and we're having fun and it's just a Saturday night out in LA.
Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from 250-year-old wild trees in the Himalayan foothills, which are untouched by modern farming. No pesticides, no fertilizers, just nature at its best. Pure delivers a full spectrum of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics, just like the fermented foods found in longevity hotspots. It comes in crystal form, so there's no messing around. Just dissolve, sip, and feel the difference. It's trusted by health experts, including Casey Means and Dr. Mark Hyman. There's teas for all occasions, and they all support your gut health, metabolism, and cellular renewal. The next time you put the kettle on, ask yourself, is my tea working as hard as me? Peak's Pure Fermented Teas for the gut of a Brit and the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off for life, plus a free frother and glass beaker with the Pure Bundle. Visit peaklife.com/peers. That's peak, P-I-Q-U-E, life.com/peers. But did you actually ever have any kind of sexual relationship at all then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you actually have any kind of sexual relationship with Diddy at all?
No, Diddy and I did not. No, well, not to my knowledge.
So, what do you mean by that?
Not to my knowledge. I don't. Honestly, I'm questioning a lot of things right now.
Well, you think?
So not to my knowledge. No, I don't think anything right now. Just not to my knowledge, because honestly.
That's a very strange response, though, to not remember whether you did or not.
Yeah, isn't it? It is. Yeah, it is. Because honestly, Piers, before I went through my text, again, I hadn't read Confessions in 20 years. I wrote it. It was painful to write. So I never wanted to re-traumatize myself and go through those years again. And think about this. I'm a middle-aged woman at this point. I don't want to go back into my 20s and see what happened. But in gathering information for this interview here, reading that passage again for the first time in 20 years, I questioned a lot of things like, well, why was he so afraid? And why did he try to, make my boyfriend feel as if I wasn't trustworthy? And do you
think he took advantage of you when you were under the influence of alcohol and drugs?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
But do you fear that's the case now from everything you've read?
Honestly, yes. Given the context, now that I know, because again, I never knew any of these things about him before. So the things that I learned in the trial, I did not know. I never saw that side of him. I did not know. I never understood. And again, in 2005, when I published Confessions, it says I didn't understand why he was so fearful of me, because our time together was pleasant. And I was like, wait, what is he so afraid of? What does he not want me to tell? I didn't see anything at that point. At that point, I hadn't seen anything. At that point, we had, I thought, just a friendly, platonic night together. So I was confused then. And 20 years later, I'm confused now. So to my knowledge, I've never had sex with Sean Combs. We never had that kind of relationship.
But you can't be sure.
Given what we know now, I can't be sure.
And how does that make you feel?
And that saddens me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
It saddens me, honestly. Yeah, because honestly, during this entire process, I've been shying away from publicity and just letting the trial unfold. You know, I knew things from just being around and people talking, but I didn't know what was going to come out. There's a few things that I saw that without context were strange to me, but I didn't understand them until the trial. And so I've been quiet this whole time, and I disappeared off of social. I just disappeared for the past year waiting for this thing to unfold. In the unfolding of what I believe to be facts, and definitely the testimonies of Cassie and Jane and even some of the men, and then looking back at the text, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, when he said, if anything got out, and I'm like, and I remember at the time being so confused, like anything like what got out? Like nothing happened. We hung out, you were kind. At some point I went to sleep. I don't know when, but I woke up and then we had breakfast and you were kind and I left. Nothing happened. I don't know, Pierce. I feel, and just in the last 24 hours, I question what I thought I knew about my time with him.
You detailed in your books romantic relationships with a lot of famous people from that world: Jay-Z, DMX, Van Diesel, Lil Wayne, Method Man, even Bill Maher, LL Cool J, Mr. Carl, and others. You had a lot of famous guys you dated. And who knows what the nature of what happened with Diddy was about. But do you feel that this whole world has now changed irrevocably as a result of what happened to Diddy?
No, because nothing has happened to Diddy. Nothing has happened to Sean at all. What has happened here is that, here's the deal. It's not a Diddy issue. Like, Diddy is a problem, but he's not the problem, okay? He's not the problem. From Cosby to Combs, Weinstein to Epstein, and everything in between, they're all different tentacles of the same beast. And this is a story as old as time. The abuses of men, men in power especially, men with money. And I think it only increases over time as women become more free and more liberated, being able to make our own money, being able to, buy our own homes, being able to start our own businesses. I think it only enrages the men who hold power that they're losing power. And so I felt that over time, in my experience over the last 20 something years that I've been in this town, that the men are increasingly more aggressive and more so wanting to keep women under control and in power because they are losing power, even legally so. I don't think that the Diddy trial has changed anything other than it probably fuels this issue more than anything, because here's the deal. Two of the toughest charges have been dropped. He's facing up to 20 with time served. Yeah, he's denied bail, but how much time is he really going to get? Probably maybe 3 years, might be out on probation, might have to wear an ankle bracelet like Martha Stewart, and everything's going to be fine. And then what happens is that no one's paying attention to the fact that there are a lot of men who aren't saying anything, who are very quiet, as well as men especially, and women who are supporting him. And I fear, even with everything that we've heard, let's say none of that was true. We saw something, however, that tells us something about this person. We saw a videotape of him brutalizing Cassie, and that tells me everything I need to know about this person's character. So even if nothing else was true, that alone is enough reason for him to be canceled indefinitely. But I fear that's not what's going to happen. I think this is just emboldening more men to do the same thing, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to get away with it. There are men in this industry who have left this country, who are now living on islands and in different countries, to escape persecution from things like this. There are men that I know personally who are involved in this, who have done things similar to this, who have parties like this. Diddy's not the only one. This is not a Sean Combs problem. This is a societal community issue here in this town. And it's not just the artists, it's also their attorneys, their publicists, it's the hotels. I was brutalized in a hotel, and guess what happened? That tape disappeared. When I went to get my police report from the police station, it was destroyed, all within 48 hours to protect the person who had brutalized me. It is systemic. So it doesn't matter, you know, if Diddy gets off or not, in the sense that it won't stop anything. I think if anything, it makes it all worse.
Well, that is a sobering way to end. But thank you very much indeed, Elizabeth Overson. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, to debate.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep top watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up.